Okay. Let's make this happen. See, I'm tempted to make a theme song for this, but it's just because I got to do a bunch of stuff in the background, and I don't want the stream to be boring. So I'm kind of like, let's make this happen. Let's make this work. Let's make it work. Let's do something cool tonight. Let's make it happen. Let's make it work. Let's make it work. I don't know. Is this supposed to be like an 80s power ballad? Power ballad? Oh my god, warning, current bitrate is not higher than, it's not as high as recommended. Recommended, go, capture that, capture the link, send it to the other stream. Yeah, wouldn't it be cool if, like, I could just, like, fix the stream and it would just come right back on? Because people actually are hanging out there. People are just chilling in chat, which is amazing. But yeah, unfortunately, I gotta force them to click on the link. They think I'm frozen. They think they can talk to me. They think that I'm actually like there and I'm frozen and they can talk to me and be like, Irene, Irene, don't worry, we'll save you. We'll find the magical fruit to feed you to make you wake up from the enchanted slumber that you've been put into, Kingdom Hearts style. That's what they're thinking. That's what they're thinking. But I think we're okay now. Looks like Twitch has come back. You gotta give it to people. That's like some dedication. That's some dedication. Hanging out in the chat after the stream goes down. Well, it's kind of like because you just got there, right? So it's like you're like, listen, I just got here. I need to see the program, the show. I need to hit the buttons. I need to play the ad break for 3 minutes. Oh my god, Narwhal's making sure that everybody gets out okay. It's almost like the Titanic. Narwhal like brought the lifeboat back to be like, hey, you four, get in here. Get in the lifeboat. Otherwise you'll never survive. Everyone hit like once again, thank you. Thank you, chat. And sorry, that's, yeah, women and children first, exactly. Let's put that thumbnail back up. Oh wait, not that thumbnail's already there. Okay, so that's good. And then I probably just need to hit into the stream. Oh, it's because I didn't hit in the stream. It's so weird how it works like that. Like, chat, I wish there was a way to just like reconnect and be like, you know, the stream goes down, I freeze, and then I just unfreeze. But because of my software, it's not like that. What am I missing? Oh yeah, the thumbnail. It's so important to have one, especially when I spent so, oh, this bitch is in news and politics, yo. I mean, I guess technically we're talking about news and politics, but goddamn, I don't consider Piers Morgan news and politics. I consider that motherfucker to be entertainment. My entertainment. What's up, Trevor? Wait, did we hear? And then you just said fur. Is that like, did you glitch, maybe? Are any chatters experiencing glitches right now? I need to know if chat is glitching. Chat, are you glitching? Is there glitching in chat? A variant says my brain is glitching. Oh, good. You're not totally glitching. Pierce is the Jerry Springer style trash. Yeah, that's what I mean. He's entertainment. And he's especially entertainment when he's off his game. And chat, he is off his game. Because, like, look, there are some people out there. Like, I've talked to a lot of debate lords. I've talked to Destiny. I've dealt with Vosh, right? I've dealt with the debate lords, all right? So I know debate people. And one debate person that I'm not scared of is Cenk Uygur, right? Cenk is the kind of person that if you were like if you were wrestling with Cenk, he would probably like charge at you and you could just jump out of the way and he would ring out. That's how he debates. You know what I'm saying? He's like all gas and no brakes. And that's not good in a debate. That's easily exploitable. So I don't rate Cenk Uygur as like a top tier debate lord, right? I know some top tier debate lords, and Cenk Uygur is not one of them. But when Cenk Uygur makes you look silly, Pierce, you know that you are slipping. And it actually does show a lot, right? Because Pierce disappeared. Disappeared? Disappeared? Pierce disappeared just when everything was going down. Just after Joe Biden had dropped out and, we got Kamala and, right, he disappeared. He went on vacation. People say that Biden was on vacation for too long. I kind of wish he would just, like, take a vacation and stay there. No, just kidding. Just kidding, Biden. You got no business, Biden. You got no business whatsoever. But the Pierce had no business for I don't know 2 months or something like that, and he went away at just the right time because what happened is the narrative that he was surfing. Right, he's a narrative surfer. Right, Trump establishes a narrative, and it was working. Biden has fucked this country up. Everything is fucked up, and it's all because of Biden. None of it has to do with the fact that we've been through the biggest health crisis, hopefully, of the century. None of it has to do with that. It's all Biden. He fucked it up. Biden doesn't care about people. Prices are too high, and it's Biden's fault. And it's Biden's fault. And also the border. We're getting invaded. We're getting invaded, and it sucks. And Biden is like, come on in, Jack. And he sucks. Like, right? That was the narrative that Pierce was surfing not too long ago. And the thing is that narrative has crashed. That wave has crashed and rolled back. And that's not the narrative right now. Trump's out there trying to make it the narrative. And Pierce is like pretty much in sync with his dude, with his famous friend. This is the thing about Piers Morgan. Like, right, he's a clown. He is a goof. He is not somebody that should be taken seriously. But he is not the fence sitter that he pretends to be. He is a transactional piece of shit, just like Donald Trump. And so, surprise, surprise that they should become good friends. Surprise, surprise that Donald Trump likes him. And surprise, surprise that he's willing to just like roll out Trump's propaganda again and again and again. But this time it is falling flat. Like, chat, I'm talking about flat, like that drink that you got at the beginning of the movie and then forgot about. And then you pick it up like an hour into the movie. That ice is melted. That drink is flat. That drink is flat now. That Dr. Pepper is not going to have the same bite that you were expecting. Wait, boobs and nuclear jello? Yeah, we got Pierce. Oh my god, should we watch the Candace Owens? It's an hour long. Okay, so now Pierce has debated Candace, right? And Pierce has debated Shmuley. That's probably where I'm confused, right? If chat says that Candace has not debated Shmuley until just now, then that is probably because it's the algebraic law of transference. Or the property. Whatever. It's transferring, right? I'm transferring, like, Pierce to Candace and Pierce to Shmuley and to Candace to Shmuley, even though that only works in algebra and not in real life. Algebra chat, I hate to break it to any of you math nerds out there, but algebra is not real life, okay? Unless we're dealing with material analysis, right? But yeah, he comes back and he drops like 3 stinky.
Out of control. She's.
That's his. There he is. There he is. It's Cenk Uygur. It's Cenk Uygur. Oh, jeez. This is all about Cenk Uygur today. We're starting off with Cenk Uygur. Let me give you a little.
The other side's like, oh my God, everybody's the enemy. So go ahead, run your mouth about Kamala Harris. But at the
Cenk is running the show, okay? For once.
end of the day, Donald Trump's still a lunatic.
Emily's a Jewish girl, and she mentioned the strength through joy was 100%
He's an angry patriot, chat.
hijacked from the Nazis. 33.
Listen, we'll get into that. We'll get into that.
Read this, Emily. Hold on one second, guys. It was set up as a tool to promote the advantages.
No, get that shit off of there. What's wrong with you, dude?
You know, that's why you're spending all your time about, oh, look at Kamala Harris. She's.
What? He's like, wait, who's the person that held up like a phone and was like, look at this is porn, this is really bad, here, look at it. And it's like, you can't show that on fucking screen. Am I thinking of Taylor Lorenz and Kaya Rychek? I swear to God, it was something else. And somebody's like whole proof was like, look at this. And it's like really bad. You know, I don't know. Like he's showing you that Kamala, there's something insidious about Kamala using like joy as her slogan by showing you a freaking hate symbol. Who was that? That was Benny. Sorry, Benny. Why do I want to call this guy Benny? No, his name is Vinny. His name is definitely Vinny, and he is from PBD podcast, and he is our beautiful beat boy, our beautiful Beet Red guy. This is the guy who Hassan was like, dude, are you having a heart attack? Chill the fuck out. You know, this was, he came on to, maybe I should just show you. There's a Benny in chat. Well, I'm definitely not talking about Benny from chat. Trump and his voices are now #1 in my most annoying things. Worse than Weiner? Anthony Weiner? I mean, some people don't like Weiner, but that's... I think you mean a person named Weiner. Oscar Mayer Weiner? See, they call him Piers Morgan uncensored, but I feel like I'd prefer Piers Morgan censored. Wait, how far back do we have to go? God, Michael Knowles is on here way too much. Destiny is on here way too much. There it is.
What was interesting?
All right.
Of young girls getting raped and
I love that that is what I come in on. I love that I click to a random Vinny moment. And that is what we got.
murders. And people like that say, oh, It's not really a problem. You say that because it's not happening to you or your family or your daughter or your mother, okay? It is a problem. And by the end of this 4 years, the number's probably going to be 18 million.
Whole state of California. I don't know what you're talking about. I live in California. We are the largest border state, as the governor also mentioned.
Yeah.
It's this guy, remember?
Oh, yeah, it's a
Are you
total
brat?
hellhole, dude.
California
Florida
is a shit
sinking.
show.
Look at your tan.
Oh, yeah, it's sinking. By the way, first of all, I don't respect any Nepo baby that thinks Twitch streaming is a job. And what
Oh my God, chat called
I
out.
want the audience to know, this guy, Hassan, has said in the past that America deserved 9/11. So don't even talk. Don't even open your mouth. Don't even open your mouth. You don't have no reason to talk.
Vinny,
just shut up.
I'm a big
just
fan
do me a
of
favor
you.
and shut up.
I'm
respectfully.
a big fan of you. And,
okay, but hold on.
I'm a big fan of you, so I don't want you to die. I feel like your heart pressure is going up. You're turning. You're turning red, Vinny.
Somebody like you to say America deserved 9/11, Hassan. You shouldn't be on this fucking panel. I'm sorry for my language, Piers. He doesn't belong on your show. That being said, Piers, it'll be a huge challenge.
Are you triggered, Vinny?
Huge challenge.
That's Vinny. Remember Vinny? This guy's heart might explode. I'm surprised it didn't. You can see the vein in his forehead. You can see the veins in his neck. This is a vascular dude, right? And he's the little capillaries just popping all over his face. I'm surprised that his eye didn't go red, right? He's just one red, and he's wearing, you know, kind of a dark beet red. His jacket, right? Everything about this dude. Why? Did he realize he was going to get this upset and out of sorts and turn this red? Well, there he is. They made a Minecraft movie and it doesn't look bad. Really? I heard people were saying it's a stinker. Is that not right, Catalina Gearbox? Is it actually good? It's Jack Black and Jason Momoa. Jack Black as Steve and Jason Momoa as Steve's friend? I don't know. I didn't know that Steve had a friend. They made a Minecraft movie, yes. It's perfect timing. Perfect timing for a Minecraft movie, right? Strike while the iron is hot, you know? Minecraft, the hottest game. At the moment. If he held public office, though, everyone wants cash because Sonic made it big. That's true. Yeah, Jack Black. And also, yeah, Jack Black was when Mario... But yeah, this is what we're dealing with today. And it's going to be a shorter stream. I do believe. Although it doesn't have to be an entirely short stream. Okay? And here's what I'm saying. We've got this dono goal. It's at 1%. 1% out of 100, but every journey starts with a footstep, and a megastar has made the first footstep. Oh, geez, you don't have a poll, do you? Let's fix that. Start a poll. Bonus content. There needs to be a bonus content theme song. I need to write that. Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic. Oh. Chat chooses violence. Cat chooses violence. Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman. I almost said Lo-Fi Girl versus Q Shaman. I'd like to see that matchup. In like, Smash, Lo-Fi Girl and Q Shaman. Yes. Okay. And Demon Mama responds to Tyler. These are possibilities. As is Fallout New Vegas. I would say that Fallout New Vegas is extremely high of a possibility tonight, but only if we hit that dono goal. So that means this thing has got to go from 1 to 100, and this happens every time somebody donates. Also, when you donate, you can let me know which of these topics you're voting for, which of these topics you want to see as bonus content. And I will put your money where your mouth is and actually add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So you'll actually add to the total score that it's getting. And chat really wants that Brianna Wu versus Chud Logic shit. Like, it sounds good. Yeah, because Aquaman's in Minecraft, in the, what? Now Aquaman? Oh, Momoa. Yeah. I was trying to figure that out, Geek Prime X, but then it dawned on me. Exactly what you were saying. His neck is crimson. Yeah, I feel like his neck is the reddest part of his body. Anyway, we're covering this today. We could be covering a few more things, but only if we hit that sub goal. And subs sub goal? Why did I call it a sub goal? For everybody else it's a sub goal. For me it's a dono goal. And that's because it's not just about subs. Subs are on Twitch if you want to get out of the top of the hour ad break. It happens every hour at the top of the hour. You can skip it for free with a Twitch Prime, or for, I think it's less than $6 now. Check on it. There's a special on Twitch subs, so it might be $4. This might be the month to get subs. This might be the month because it's September. You can also get one possibly by being gifted a sub, although that sort of thing happens more likely if you're active in chat. But yeah, subs of course count, but so do super chats, so do super stickers, so do memberships or gifted subs over on Twitch, or signing up for Patreon, or donating to my throne. Any of this stuff counts, gets us closer to the dono goal, and allows you to decide the fate of chat. Yes, what will chat's fate be? Will chat be watching Brianna Wu turn on Chud logic? Will chat choose violence? Even if they don't actually choose it, even if it's the donators that are choosing violence for chat and being like, yeah, chat chose violence. Not my problem. Or will it be Lo-Fi Girl versus Q Shaman in some sort of a fighting game? Or will it be Demon Mama responds to Tyler in a not very effective way? But I've said too much already, haven't I? I've said too much already. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize. I'm competing with myself with the dead stream. That's great. That's just wonderful. And that shit definitely does not need to be up on my YouTube channel. So let me take it down really quick. And we'll get into this content. We'll get into this. I mean, this is Hassan. I almost want to watch this again. Chat, do you want to see the greatest hits of this guy a little bit? Oh my god, or am I just, is it just me dumping into the dumpster fire? Did I say dumping? Oh my god, jumping. Of course I meant jumping. Chat, no. That's gonna be tomorrow. The dumping into the dumpster fire, we will take care of tomorrow. But for now, we're just jumping into the dumpster fire. Whether it's a Minecraft movie or not. Shall we take a look at this shit? Or will I get in trouble? Will I get owned for this? Jack Black. See, people don't like this. People are saying they just gave Jack Black a blue shirt and called him Steve.
Who are you? Who are you?
Do they not have, see, I'm trying to get around getting in trouble for showing you the trailer. Because I think it might be on Twitter. Is this the trailer? I can't do it. I can't do it. That's music. That is music with that's probably a very expensive, like the song itself is very expensive to license. Chat, that is Beatles. Shax BA is resubbing. Wait, what is it not showing? Oh, weird. Super weird. Wait, is that really the first place that they clash? Button, where are you, Button? There you are.
Because all this, because we've had a case study, Piers. We've had 4 years of Trump, and now we're going to have 4 years of Biden. There is no debate. There's no arguing. The country is shit right now. And I know Hassan said, you know, Trump is talking about the border and the illegals are the problem. They are the problem, okay? Yeah, it's a whole.
Oh yeah, it's a total hellhole, dude.
California is a shit
sinking.
show.
Look at your tan.
Oh yeah.
The one thing that didn't really happen though is like him having to eat his words as far as like whether California is a shit show or not.
It is a problem, and by the end of this 4 years, the number's probably going to be 18 million.
The whole state of California. I don't know what you're talking about. I live in California. We are the largest border state, as the governor also mentioned.
Yeah, it's a whole.
Oh yeah, it's a total hellhole, dude.
California is a shit show.
Look at your tan.
Oh yeah, it's sinking. By the way, first of all, I don't respect any nepo baby that thinks Twitch streaming is a job. And mind you, I want the audience to know this guy Hassan has said in the past that America deserved 9/11. So don't even talk. Don't even open your mouth. Don't even open your mouth. You don't have no reason to talk.
Vinny,
just shut up.
I'm a big
just
fan of you.
do me a favor and shut up.
I'm
respectfully.
a big fan of you. And,
okay, but hold on.
I'm a big fan of you, so I don't want you to die. I feel like your heart pressure is going up. You're turning. You're turning red, Vinny.
Somebody like you to say America deserved 9/11, Hassan. You shouldn't be on this fucking panel. I'm sorry for my language, Piers. He doesn't belong on your show. That being said, Piers, it'll be a huge challenge.
You triggered, Vinny?
Huge challenge for Democrats.
Should we invoke Donald Trump right now and say, let's not be children?
Yeah.
Did Donald Trump say that at the debate with Joe Biden? Did that happen? Was that a thing? How many years ago was what? Was the someone said Brianna Wu is Israel. Oh no. I thought that was Destiny.
I think that's a very good call, Jenna. Yeah, I'm going to try and keep.
Isn't that the woman Rudy farted on? Wait, who is she? Actually, seriously, who is she? I don't remember who she is. Carrie Lake comes in. Oh, this is Jenna Ellis. Yeah, I think you're right. I think he also got some hair dye on her, too.
Try and keep things...
Can we get back to the...
Do you know what was interesting? What was interesting? Well, hang on. What was interesting about last night, actually? I'll bring Cenk back in here. I liked the format, actually, of the way CNN did this. I thought Jake Tapper and Dana Bash did a very competent job. But
do you remember how much right-wingers loved that debate? Like, you rarely see them say good things about CNN. And here it is.
But also, I like the format where there was no audience to manipulate.
Piers and Cenk have a bromance, I feel. We'll see.
Perhaps, or save a candidate for themselves, or to overreact to try and drown out a particularly salient point. And the mute button worked.
Wait, is that like on video somewhere? Is the fart on video? I feel like if Rudy farted on, this is Jenna Ellis, a Trump attorney.
Very well. You can see both candidates trying to speak at various times when their mute button was on. I don't know what you thought, but I actually thought it was a pretty good format for showing us what the reality was of these two candidates.
So, Piers, a lot of people are criticizing CNN now, and in fact, they themselves this morning admitted that maybe we should have fact-checked Trump once or twice when he said, like, deranged things like, oh, there's post-birth abortions. That doesn't make any sense at all.
But my answer would be, why?
Hold on.
I don't know. What do you think, chat? Do you think that the Republicans get anything out of the post-birth abortion shit that they do? Like, do you think they're winning on that issue in any way? Right, you know what I'm talking about. Like, Tim Pool has done it. Trump has done it. A lot of right-wingers do it. They say that they're taking the baby after it's born, and they're executing it. They say, nice baby. They take it from the mom, and then they go and execute it because abortion, somehow that's considered an abortion, right? Do you think that anybody is like, yo, the Democratic Party has really gone too far? Feminism, wokeness, it's all gone too far. Like, this is the slippery slope that you fall down when you allow abortion, when you allow first birth control, and then abortion, and then IVF. And now they just take the baby and they say, come on, baby, you're going to meet the firing squad. Just like, seriously, does that work on anybody? Is anybody buying that? Is that helping them at all? Because they keep saying it. They keep fucking saying it. They've been saying it for, I don't know, 3 years now. And I'm not sure what the purpose is. It should be on video. It's a pretty famous fart. Oh my god. Seriously, a famous fart? Did chat just say famous fart? Rudy Giuliani. Rudy Giuliani. Jenna. What is her name again? Jenna Ellis. Fart. I'll just have to type in fart, won't I? Oh no! Oh no! This is so bad! Wait, I don't know which one to watch. God damn it. Like David Pakman. It's always David Pakman, isn't it? David Pakman's got the fart for us.
So I truly don't know where to start with this today. Last night in Michigan, starting at...
I'm gonna have to think about what to do with like 6-month subs, because technically it's like it would add to the sub goal once every month for 6 months. And it doesn't give me another alert when it renews, which is what it should do, honestly.
6 p.m. and going relatively late into the night, we had another so-called voter fraud hearing in front of Michigan legislators with Donald Trump's lawyers, Rudy Giuliani and Jenna Ellis. Now, to call it a hearing is a stretch. And what I mean by that is nobody was under oath. It was merely Rudy Giuliani asking leading questions to so-called witnesses in front of lawmakers. And when I say witnesses, that term also is a question, is a term I'm using with some, it's an overstatement.
Okay, enough. This must be the fart.
Attorney Jenna Ellis flinch when it happens and look over. It's insane that this is going on.
The answer.
Point of order.
The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just like you, they don't want to know the truth.
Wait, do you think it's gonna hit her? Do you think there's gonna be delayed reaction for her to smell it?
Well, you probably know the truth.
So let me.
No. Stay on it, David. Wait, why doesn't this just exist as a clip? Oh my God, this is great. Rudy Giuliani. Now that's like not the only time he's farted, right? He's like kind of a fart machine. Rudy Giuliani fart. Imagine catching COVID from Rudy Giuliani's farts. Only to wind up a convicted felon? Wait, they don't stick with this long enough.
The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just like you, they don't want to know the truth. Well, you probably know the truth. The answer.
Point of order.
The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness. Just like you, they don't want to know the truth.
That's her. That's this woman. That's her. That is her.
Biden should have done it.
Does.
Right, Biden should have called him out on all those things, but he wasn't able to do it.
Hold on. That's exactly what I'm getting to.
Right.
Piers. So, you know, when somebody says something so stupid like that, and like Trump says, oh, they let out all the mental institutions and the prisoners of countries, the opponent has a responsibility to say, which countries?
Yeah.
Tell me which countries released all their prisoners and mental inmates, etc. What are you talking about? Post-birth abortion? That doesn't even make any sense, you deranged lunatic.
We're back to the post-birth abortion. Yeah, like I don't know. Okay, chat. So if this doesn't work, I feel like, look, one of two things are true. Either people are just so inattentive that they're willing to believe anything. If the Republican Party, who they're positively disposed to, starts to say that the Democratic Party, who they're negatively disposed to, has a policy of executing babies, and that somehow that's like abortion laws let them do that, right? Then I feel like somebody at some point should make them eat that L. Should really like draw attention to it. Look, this guy is saying that after a child is born, that the doctor is executing it and keeping his license. This guy's fucked up. And it's not just him. It's Donald Trump. It's like most of all Republicans have bought into this. And if it's really I think it should be that it reads as utter nonsense to most people. It's kind of amazing that nobody's really drawn attention to the fact that they're doing this.
So yeah, I'm not getting on Jake Tapper.
Like as in when they bring it up, like stick on it. Keep talking about it. Keep bringing it up. Don't let them get away with that. They are now the person who said that doctors were executing babies, okay? They need to wear that as an albatross for the rest of their freaking life.
Dana Bash, the guy opposed to you is supposed to make those super obvious points.
Yeah.
Look, at this point, this conversation about whether Joe Biden's going to drop out is over. He's definitely going to drop out.
I mean, this is the old video for anybody who's wondering why Cenk is still talking about Biden dropping out. This was before Biden had actually dropped out. It's right after the election. Wait, here's a Jenna Ellis moment.
Should have gone with RFK Jr. I mean, he acquitted himself very well in the debate, and neither side, notice, wanted him on stage. I think he is going to rise in momentum after last night's debate, and anyone realistically that the Democrats put
Great prediction, Jenna.
now, if it's not someone as far left as a Gretchen Whitmer, for example,
Clearly a communist. You know about Commie, Michigan?
has a real shot at winning.
Right next to Commie Soda.
But what I think the American people need to do is take a hard look at the U.S. Constitution. We have a minimum. Because look at what she did during the COVID lockdowns.
Can you give me like
look
one?
At how
Yeah, she almost got kidnapped by chuds. Is that not true? It's a bad prediction.
she has. So look at what she did during the COVID lockdowns. Look at her position on abortion. Look at how she has run her state as basically taking legislative power into the executive. So look at her position on queer
position
theory.
on abortion
So
that you
she
find
is
so
for
extreme?
Abortion. So her position on abortion that is so extreme is that she wants no limits at all, no restrictions. And most of the country is not for that. Even the Democrats themselves know that there needs to be some restrictions, at least in third term. No, that is absolutely true. And I mean, feel free to fact check me on that if she's changed her position. But
No restrictions
all
on
of the
the
Democrat
third
extreme
trimester
leftists,
is a falsehood. That's not a real thing. Every conversation that we have with Republicans unfortunately revolves around
hang on.
hallucinations of Republicans.
My former home state of Colorado allows abortion until the day of birth. That is the law in 7 states right now, including California, where Gavin Newsom is the governor.
There is
so
no
there
state,
are people
there is
that
no
can
state
go in. Yes,
in the country where you can have a third trimester abortion without a
Colorado,
doctor
California,
giving
there are
you a
7
medical
states.
exemption. No, you still have to get
look at
a
the law.
psychiatric
Look at the law, and
evaluation
it doesn't matter whether
and a healthcare evaluation.
No, but it's still allowed. That's
Okay, so that's her problem, is that with exemptions in extenuating circumstances, right, with the approval of a doctor, somebody can get a pregnancy terminated that late. But those exemptions are like health of the pregnant person, right?
Women
point.
are
the
going
point
around.
Is that it is still allowed.
I almost said birthing person, and then I realized that would piss off Anna Kasparian, and we can't piss off Anna Kasparian. We can't have Anna mad at me. All right, I've got to have Anna on my side, Chad. I've got to have Anna Kasparian supporting me. That's
You're a woman.
I really need her approval.
Pregnant? I have a question for you. Have you? Or I don't know. Have you?
Okay, now this was a weird moment for Hassan, actually.
So you know
My
how
medical history
tumultuous
is
of a
not
process
relevant
that is.
here, but
It's
I
actually,
and so I mean, have you ever been pregnant?
Because the
how
point
are
I'm
you?
making
How
is,
are you?
it is a,
how are you
it is
speaking
obviously,
to abortion?
it is
That's
obviously
irrelevant. The point
I've never
here
been pregnant,
is
but it seems like I understand it as good as you do. What's happening here?
No, you actually don't
no
understand
woman is
it
carrying a
because
pregnancy
of the law
for
in
9 months,
states.
so they can have a regular.
Yeah, see that. So this is an example of an argument that you don't want to get in, where you're Hassan and you're telling somebody who has been pregnant like about pregnancy. It's like he's right, and that point needs to be made. But God damn it, somebody else. Oh my gosh, chat. This is my identity politics moment. I feel like somebody else needs to make that argument. This would piss off Vosh, and chat, we can't have me pissing off Vosh, right? Vosh would make fun of me for saying that it's like a Final Fantasy class system where, you know, if the criticism comes from a woman, that it's, you know, +5 chance of hitting or something.
Let me finish answering the question actually about
so they can have
Gretchen
a
Whitmer.
Guys, you're talking over.
I'm wait, you're FD signifier in this situation?
What Piers asked.
I just have some.
Anna's already against you. She probably has my. She probably. I'm probably on her list.
Breaking news.
Piers
I have
asked.
some breaking news for.
Hassan needs to honestly stop getting on these shows. She's garbage, but there's no way to win on Piers' show. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The problem is that, you know, he was Right, but like when he starts going like, well, apparently I know more about it than you do. It's just kind of like, no, oh my God. But like, yeah, he's right. Like this is not happening without an exemption. And so what she's trying to do is actually very sneaky. I don't know if this is like a lawyer thing. I don't know if they get down like that normally or if they're, but you're omitting the fact that she's saying you can terminate a pregnancy up until like the up until the birth, but she's omitting the part that if you meet this or this condition. So really what she's trying to argue against, what she doesn't want to say, is that like she doesn't want people with like a health issue to be able to terminate their pregnancy. She doesn't want somebody that's in one of these situations, because again, chat, you're talking about carrying a pregnancy for 9 months. Nobody does that flippantly. Nobody puts off, oh, geez, I was going to terminate the pregnancy a few months ago, but it just kind of slipped. No, because being pregnant is like a whole ass thing. Being pregnant is like a whole ass thing, and it changes your life. And if you weren't going to carry that pregnancy, there would be no reason to, you would be terminating it on the in the early part of pregnancy, not in the late part of pregnancy. But they want to imply that there's these evil women out there that are just like, oh, just kind of on a whim, I'm gonna terminate my pregnancy. It's fucked. It's fucked.
For everyone, the Biden campaign.
Irene is better than Anna. Well, I'm glad.
Person Seth Schuster says that Biden will not be exiting the race. There's no basis for that. There's nothing that voters have indicated that they agree with that.
There's one more spicy segment here. Oh, here we go.
Trump's debate. So on the substance of the conversation, Joe Biden absolutely prevailed.
Right, but the problem you've got is I saw the CNN fact checkers on Joe Biden's public statements last night, and it was just untruth after untruth after untruth.
Oh, I'm not sitting here telling you that Joe Biden tells the truth every single time he speaks, or that he gets every single number right and every single statistic right.
He gets most of them wrong.
Oh, no, this is hilarious, right? This is hilarious because this is Harry Sisson. He's a TikToker. Now, I don't know, chat. There are some TikTokers that do get paid by the actual campaign. I don't know if Harry Sisson is somebody like that. But this is Harry Sisson basically defending Biden's candidacy. Looking back at this is so fucking cringe.
That's not true. To compare Joe Biden's lies to Donald Trump's lies is laughable. Trump told over 30,000 lies during his presidency, averaging around 20 a day, and he showed that last night when he lied about every single thing he...
Okay, come on, let's get to the good part.
Unforked tongue. I mean, Biden, barely a week goes by without him saying something which is immediately proven to be untrue. I mean, only like 2 weeks ago, he was claiming that his uncle was shot down...
and eaten by cannibals.
None of that ever happened. It wasn't shot down, and he wasn't eaten by cannibals. I mean, I just think that this idea that Trump's...
Listen, but Corn Pop was a bad dude, okay? All right? That part's proven.
Whose statements can't be trusted is just not true. Last night, again and again, I'm not denying that Trump made a series of untrue statements. He does that. He barrels through and...
He does that, and we ignore it.
The big messages about the border and so on kick home, and they probably do, actually, with many Americans. But if Biden's going to play the lying card as a pro-Biden thing...
I wish there was something that was real about Piers, because he tries to pretend that he's, like, on the fence and he's just keeping him honest, right? But if he was, whenever this executing babies things came up, Piers would be just, like, on that. And be like, that is not true. That is a lie. That is a conspiracy theory that you... And how do you expect people to, believe you when you're saying things like... You'd think that at least with that, like, right, that Piers, maybe he likes Trump and he's his friend and, he wants to play it straight down the middle or something like that, but he can't even do the basics as far as calling out the obvious lies. He's just like, I don't know. One of my guests says that doctors are assassinating babies, and the other one says that's not true. I guess we'll never know.
Against Trump. He's got to tell the truth. and get his numbers right. He can't then have a fact check from CNN, which was painful to watch last night. It went on and on and on. Almost every statistic he came out with was completely wrong.
Yeah, but Piers, I mean, let's be real here. Like, if you're lying, if you get one sec, Vinny, you look like a. Relax, buddy. If you're getting a number incorrect, right? If you're getting a number incorrect, that's like a very small.
7 years ago,
hold on now, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Excuse me, you right there.
Were you 10 years old, Harry?
What was that?
How old were you when Trump won? 10 years old? 7 years ago, you were 10 years old. You look like you're about to explode.
Relax.
You don't know what the hell you're talking
about. Take a breather.
That's not
Take
relevant.
Hassan was right to call.
Get him, Harry.
He's entitled to his
Hassan,
opinion.
listen. I know Hassan's a big fan of mine. He was right to call you out for looking like you're about to explode. It's okay, no problem here.
Yeah, you were 10 years old when Trump won.
You have to level.
Get him, Harry.
And what are you, like 80? Like, relax, buddy. Take a breather. You're okay.
Oh my God, he was winning up to that point.
It's okay.
That was so good.
Zen, yoga. Yoga's good. Yoga's good.
Can I just say, it doesn't. I don't actually care how old either of you are. Let's get back to the real.
Do we have some better like greatest hits? Vinny Oshana. Okay, I just want to kind of deep dive on this guy because this is the main character that I care about here. Vinny and Adam got into an ugly fight 10 months ago.
Relationship, or with Jada. I have a question for Vinny. So it sounds like you almost think that. So have you ever been in love?
Of course.
You have?
Yeah.
What happened?
How does this turn into a fight?
Shit happened. I was in the military. I was young. I made mistakes.
Okay.
Whoa, they've got their own energy drink, Chad. It's called Vault.
So how long ago was that?
In love?
Yeah.
How is this going to turn into an argument?
6 years ago.
Okay, so it's been quite some time. So
remember the time we loved, we shed love, we made love.
So
no.
So you're basically saying that you think that Will's almost a victim in this situation?
Of course, because she's putting his information out there and they have kids and shit.
So, but why didn't he just officially
Oh my God, this is what they're talking about?
leave her then?
Adam, because we're like what? And again, you always think that you're the relationship guru, and it's bullshit. I'm sorry. Like now, when's the last time you were in love? I love how you're trying to change
Currently
this.
in love right now.
This is bullshit.
Yeah,
I feel like they're in love.
I'm posing a question.
No, Adam,
I'm not trying to attack you, Vinny.
No, you are trying to attack because you think you're talking shit, and it's bullshit, and it's stupid. Like what? Because I haven't been in love. When's the last time you were in love?
I'm currently in love.
When's the last time you were in
now.
love? Bullshit, Adam. Really?
Hold on, Vinny,
Which girl is this?
I asked you a simple question.
Podcast on love has another about.
What do you want to bet that Adam says with your
It almost sounds like you're like defending
with your mom or something.
He has no autonomy or authority over his own life, and he's just victim and staying.
Adam, you giving me advice about relationships is probably the funniest shit I've ever heard.
Here we go.
Oh, maybe you're 45 years old. Maybe you should use some fucking advice for a change.
You're fucking 43 and you're single too. No,
not single anymore, guys.
Are you divorced?
Oh, yeah, I was.
All right, so Pat, are you giving me fucking?
I'm just saying that, like,
Adam, you're stupid.
Who are you to just talk shit about Will Smith?
You're showing your true colors, Adam. You should be fucking embarrassed with
PVD's losing it.
Seriously, how are you gonna talk? Will Smith looks like a cuck. He looks stupid. You look stupid. You look really
because
dumb.
I'm saying that Will has the ability to make his own decisions, and if he decides to stay with
dumb shit.
Jada.
Adam, you're dumb as shit. You're talking shit. What is me having to be in love and whatever? I'm looking for the right one.
You know, Vinny, I always defend you. People,
Adam, you
Vinny, I always defend you. Like, you think I'm being an antagonist right now? I asked you a simple question.
It's a simple question, but I know who you are as a person. And
I know who you are, Vinny. I see what the people say behind your back all the time.
If we go on the chat right now, they're all talking shit about you.
All right, sure.
Hold on, Pat.
Oh my God.
Fuck you, Adam. It's
really, bro.
It's BS.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Dude.
Yeah, you want what?
Fake
You
tough
want
guy, Vinny.
what? Then let's go outside then.
You want?
If you're gonna be
Yo.
Outside. You want me to? You want?
Yo.
Let's go.
Okay.
It's bullshit.
How about this? I'll walk off the podcast right now.
Go ahead.
When you walk out there, I'll be waiting for you.
Go ahead.
All right. Cool.
Go ahead.
They're gonna fight.
Okay.
They're gonna freaking fight.
Like the chat isn't talking shit about him right now, Pat. Is the chat talking shit about him, Pat? Is the chat talking shit about Adam?
Oh my God, this is so good.
If anybody wants to talk about mortgage rates, I'm over here.
Nah, the hell with the mortgage rate.
What? The mortgage rate guy show on the show? How could you do this with the mortgage rate guy? He's trying to talk about mortgage rates, And you're over here challenging each other to meet each other out in the parking lot. Now Adam is going to be waiting for Vinny outside the studio.
What?
Which is probably, in my mind, probably at a strip mall. I'm just guessing. What do you think, Chad? Is it at a strip mall?
What?
One more thing.
What?
Okay.
Happy birthday.
You fuckers.
Happy.
Oh my god, they fucked with us. Did they actually fuck with us?
You guys are good.
That is fucked up. That is fucked up. I thought he was really mad. They fucked with us so hard, chat. I can't fucking believe I cooked up with a cancer patient during the pandemic. What? Okay. Fake interview with Joe Biden. Extreme leftist crashes Valuetainment studio. So wait, this guy's a stand-up. Vinny is a stand-up. He's a stand-up guy. Look at that, he's doing stand-up. I can't imagine him being a stand-up. He doesn't seem to have the self-consciousness to be a stand-up, and yet there he is, chat. Why is there not more good, like, January 6th was worse than 9/11, heated argument at the Lincoln Project with the... Is this a Vinny argument?
On January 6th.
I'm lying.
Which was an attack on the country incited by the president. Watch the
Why
video.
is he in jail for inciting violence?
He will be soon.
Is that the video? Is that the video where he's like, go peaceful?
Yeah.
He's like, go in there, be peaceful.
That's
don't
what
do shit.
happened. I don't know.
You guys
And
hate the person.
you guys don't seem to be a whack job like this guy.
Yeah, I'm a whack job.
But you know what it is though, Steve. You know what it is. So for me,
I mean, they are, aren't they?
Respect.
Like, this is the guy that signed up for Patriot Prayer live on stream.
Voter. And
Sorry, not Patriot Prayer. What was it? Patriot Front?
And I think there are millions, if not.
He's red now, yeah.
Who feel like he does. I think
I don't give a how he feels, and this is
And I don't give a how you feel.
And this is important. This is important because you can watch the video. Yeah. You can watch the video. You can watch the actual video of the insurrection.
They look like they're in an underground bunker. They're in a bank vault. He bought this guy, Patrick Bet David. He bought a bank vault. When people come on the show that he likes, they sign the bank vault. You got Kari Lake up there. It says MAGA underneath. You got Sebastian Gorka. It also says MAGA. I'm trying to think of the other people that, like, do I recognize anybody else's signature? Obviously, Sam Cedar's been here. Sam Cedar's gone on the show, but he did not get to sign the vault, so.
Insurrectionists attacking the Capitol. That's real. Mm-hmm. It happened.
But to me, it almost looks like a LA Fitness. You know those like little tiny lockers that you can put your stuff in at LA Fitness? Like, it's like for putting your wallet in.
Attack the Capitol.
Okay, can I just weigh in on one thing? You guys are both wrong and you're both right. Let me explain. Both days are horrible days in American history. We're comparing what's worse.
It feels like you chose this debate because you wanted to have this reaction.
That's the purpose of it.
You can argue over semantics. Is that's what I think?
It's not. It's not. No.
What point are you making?
We're not. I'm saying
make
it's not semantics.
I would love to make my point.
Go ahead. Let's see what it is.
If I can finish my
once, make your point. Hurry up.
For once. So the point is, both days were piece of shit.
This is even more of a mess than Piers Morgan, isn't it?
One of the people, through your conspiracies, who is poisoning the discourse and the ability of people to tell reality.
Yeah.
I want to say for the record, you're completely, absolutely, totally full of fucking shit.
Yeah.
Wow, he said that totally in like a radical way.
That was anything other when that was anything other than an insurrection.
Go use your microphone. And guess what? I can say whatever I want because I'm an American.
By the way, reasonable question for you.
Yeah.
Reasonable question for you. What was and Adam? Here's a question for you. You said violent protest. You used those words
Twice. I said violent twice.
I did. Yeah.
You said J6 is violent.
Yes.
Was BLM protest violent?
So we're going to go to a separate topic.
I'm question for you.
Yes, it was violent.
What's more violent, J6 or BLM riots? How many businesses went out of business, or how many businesses were trashed during J6?
He's got all this lore. He's got all this lore, and none of it even happened. Right? But he knows it did. He knows, yeah, like millions of people were killed at those riots, right? They burned down blocks and blocks of the city. The entirety of Portland is completely burned down. You know, Minnesota, just like Minneapolis, completely taken out. Right? Everyone was unalived. And like, again, chat, I've looked up the statistics. There was 25 people that died in an associated way with the over 9,000, and I'm not saying that for the meme. I'm saying that because there was literally over 9,000 protests, and out of that, there were 25 deaths, and I think some of these include deaths that were like, you know, when somebody turned their car into a protest and killed people. That counts, right? It's not a figure that's like, and if you start to look at the actual incidents, right? The thing that they're trying to imply, which is like protesters like unaliving people, it's not the only incident that I think you could make an argument like that is a Patriot Front attack in Portland where somebody shot back at one of the Patriot Front. Did I say front? Patriot Prayer. Somebody shot back at one of the trucks that was shooting like frozen paintball pellets at people out of the back of a truck, right? Somebody fired back with like a real gun, and then that person got like extrajudicially like legit murdered by Trump's Department of Justice, like, right? They literally weren't trying to arrest them. They were trying to take them out.
Now I have to defend BLM.
You do, because you used the word violent.
They were both violent.
No.
Just like 9/11
it's not.
was also a horrible day.
That's not how.
Just like January 6th.
No, that's not how
There's
it works.
Levels. So only one can be violent when the other one can't?
It's not. No.
Why
so
can't
January
you
6th was
understand?
peaceful and only BLM was violent. I got it.
What is the difficulty in understanding that one of them was an attack on a very specific place on a very specific day with a very specific function taking place on that day that had everything to do with the peaceful transition of power, which is foundational to how the country functions. That's why.
Now we're talking different issues.
But this is the classic deflection, right? Anytime that anyone brings up January 6th as a reason to not trust Donald Trump, to not vote for Donald Trump, to be, you know, suspicious of Republicans in general, right? This is the deflection. This is the go-to thing. And if you actually look at the, you know, the truth of the matter about those protests, right? It paints a very different picture than the one that they've been able to ensconce in people's brains. Like they take a clip where, you know, something's being lit on fire and they portray it as if like this is happening, you know, like at every single protest. Finding from armed conflict location event data raised concern about continued violence during and after election day. Wait, it's the one. New data on the fatalities and violence at American protests comes from the database created by the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, a nonprofit, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so the ACLED, the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, found that the overwhelming majority of the more than 9,000 Black Lives Matters demonstrations that took place across the U.S. after the killing of George Floyd have been peaceful. News reports at the height of the demonstration over Floyd's killing cited dozens of deaths in connection with the protest, but many of those turned out to be. So this is the disconnection, I think, right? That you got news reports that went out saying these deaths occurred and were associated with the protest. but many of those turned out to be examples of deadly crimes carried out in the vicinity of the protest. So in other words, a deadly crime happened. It was in the vicinity of the protest, and it first got reported as being a result of the protest. Right? So this is where some of the, if they're to the degree that this is confusion and not just malice, not just lying by the right wing, this is where maybe some of that comes from, is that there's actually more like news reports implying deaths in connection with the protest than there are deaths in connection with the protest. Rather than directly related to the demonstration themselves, the researchers concluded ACLED's data set only focuses on political violence. Most of the protesters killed were shot to death, and many of the incidents involved confrontations at protests that escalated and turned deadly when at least one of the persons involved had a gun. And remember, these were protests that were not that were also attended by Boogaloo Boys, were also attended in, a very famous incident by one Kyle Rittenhouse, were attended by counter-protesters, right-wing thugs, etc., etc., etc. So again, 25 deaths, right? But let's look into what those were, right? Lee Keltner, a Navy veteran who made custom Western hats, was shot at a Patriot rally in Denver on October 10th. Videos and photographs of the incident appear to show Keltner slapping a security guard for a local news crew who responded by pulling out a gun and shooting him. Oh, wow. That's one of the deaths, right? Navy veteran with custom Western hats attends a Patriot rally, slaps a security guard, and gets shot. Aaron J. Danielson, a far-right Trump supporter, was shot after a rally in Portland in August. Danielson's suspected killer, Michael Reinl, was a left-wing protester who called himself an anti-fascist. This is the one incident that I mentioned earlier that in any way resembles what they're trying to describe went on at protests, right? And again, this incident's not clear, right? The actual, and we'll never know, because the person, Michael Reinl, was executed extrajudiciously. He did not go to trial. He did not testify. We don't have any information about what actually happened. Just that this guy, this Patriot Prayer member, was shot. Was a left-wing protester who called himself an anti-fascist, who later was shot to death by law enforcement officers, an outcome Donald Trump referred to as retribution. People don't remember some of this shit. People don't remember how bad the Trump administration was, right? From what I can tell, Donald Trump gave an order to apprehend this person in such a way that, very likely resulted in the outcome of his death, right? And the fact that we don't have the witness, that the one person that's alive from this situation, right? But yeah, referred to it as retribution. President Trump on fatal police shooting of Portland homicide suspect Michael Reynolds. That's the way it has to be. There has to be retribution. President Donald Trump, during a Fox TV interview, praised the fatal police shooting of Michael Reynolds, the self-described Portland anti-fascist accused of killing a right-wing Trump supporter, calling it appropriate retribution. Trump characterized Reynolds' alleged shooting of Aaron J. Danielson in downtown Portland like this is a shooting that might have actually been in self-defense, right? There was a gang of violent, like, brown shirt Patriot Prayer members, like, terrorizing the city of Portland, driving in on trucks with people in the back of the trucks that had paintball guns with frozen pellets. in downtown Portland on August 29th as a cold-blooded killing, and said he pushed 2.5 days later. Said he pushed 2.5 days later for Reinholdt's arrest. I put out, when are we going to get him? Trump said Saturday on the Justice with Judge Jeanine show. And the U.S. Marshals went in to get him. And in a short period of time, it ended in a gunfight. This guy was a violent criminal, and the U.S. Marshals killed him. Trump said, I will tell you something. That's the way it has to be. There has to be retribution when you have a crime like this. There has to be extrajudicial killing, is what the former president was saying there. The president went on to say there can't be guys standing up that want to fight. They want to fight. You can't throw bricks at people with a shield on. On September 3rd, 4 officers. There's also statements of Donald Trump like trying to instruct the military to suppress protests by quote unquote shooting people in the legs, and having to be told by members of his cabinet that this was not it's not something that could be done. On September 3rd, 4 officers from the, oh my God, chat, that was like the anniversary of this was yesterday, from 3 different Washington law enforcement agencies fired on Reynolds after confronting him outside his apartment, an apartment near Lacey, Washington. The officers were part of the U.S. Marshals Pacific Northwest Violent Offender Task Force. The task force was trying to arrest Reynolds on a warrant signed early that afternoon in Multnomah County judge that charged Reynolds with a second-degree murder with a firearm for unlawful use of a firearm in a shooting of Danielson after the pro-Trump car caravan. Pro-Trump car caravan. That is a wild way to call, like, thugs shooting frozen paintball pellets at passers-by, at pedestrians on the street. Right? Coming in to a town from outside that city in trucks and shooting people with fucking frozen paintball pellets, right? But no, it's a pro-Trump car caravan. They were just doing like, yay, Trump. Yeah, God. Reynolds was a self-described anti-fascist who said he provided security for demonstrations at ongoing protests in Portland against police and racial injustice after George Floyd's death in Minneapolis. Danielson had participated in the Trump caravan. That's the guy that got shot. And was a backer for Patriot Prayer, a right-wing group based in Vancouver. That's Vancouver, Washington, outside of Portland, where a lot of these Patriot Prayer members come from. Clashing with an Antifa supporters in Portland. In response to Trump's remarks, Cheryl Eiffel, president of the director of the NAACP's Legal Defense and Educational Fund, wrote Sunday on Twitter, so the president is admitting that the federal authorities killed Michael Reynolds for retribution. We are on our way toward normalizing execution of criminal suspects before arrest, trial, or conviction. It's that serious. If anybody's forgotten what the Trump administration was like, here's a reminder. Extrajudicial killings of American citizens in the motherfucking streets. Garrett Foster was reportedly carrying an AK-47 when he was shot to death in July by an armed man who'd been driving a car through a crowd of Black Lives Matter protesters in Austin. This one always confuses me because I remember the guy like driving his car through the crowd, but I don't always remember that he actually had a gun and shot this person. Whether Foster threatened the driver with a gun is still under dispute. A man who shot and killed Foster. You kind of have to identify these people though, like which ones were. So the guy driving his car through a crowd is probably anti-BLM, right? I'm guessing. Does that mean that Garrett Foster was there with his, open carrying in order to protect the protest, or I guess that part's in dispute. The man who shot and killed Foster. Oh, by the way, they let this guy go. The guy that drove his car through the crowd and shot this guy, they let him go. Greg Abbott in Texas actually pardoned this guy. the man who shot and killed Foster, the U.S. Sergeant Daniel Perry, had previously tweeted, "Now is the time to take up arms and protect yourself against violence," by running a fucking car through a crowd of protesters, and responded to a Trump tweet in June about protesters, anarchists, agitators, and looters by saying, "Send them to Texas and we will show them why they say don't mess with Texas," right? So that's one of the deaths, right? A counter-protester shooting a protester bearing an AK-47. Citing those tweets, analysts at the think tank that monitors domestic terrorism classified the shooting as an act of far-right domestic terrorism, but Perry has not yet faced any... sounds like it to me. I mean, the guy's driving his car through protesters, right? What else do you call that? So, in other words, this is part of the... These are deaths, like, attributed to the protests, right? A lot of these are deaths done to protesters. So this is the violent movement that they're talking about on PBD. This is what they're comparing to January 6th, right? Here we come up to a very, got a very famous case in a second. Both Reynolds and Perry have claimed that they were acting in self-defense when they opened fire, that they felt their own lives were in danger. In Kenosha, in August, a 17-year-old carrying a rifle, he was not old enough to legally possess, shot and killed two people, Joseph Rosenbaum and Anthony Huber, seriously injured a third in a volatile late-night protest. His lawyer argued that the teenager who came from Kenosha, from Illinois, yes, chat, you're probably posting in chat right now, this is Kyle Rittenhouse, was acting in self-defense. In Louisville, the photographer Tyler Girth was shot and killed at a downtown park where protesters gathered. The alleged shooter, Stephen Nelson Lopez, was homeless and had a history of severe mental illness and had reportedly been asked to leave the park earlier because of his behavior. Many of the protesters in the park were armed and on edge and returned fire when Lopez started shooting, local news outlets reported. In Las Vegas, Jorge Gomez was wearing body armor and carrying several guns when he was shot to death by Las Vegas police at the protest in June. Before he was shot, several protesters told Gomez they disapproved of him being armed. Even a journalist questioned him about why he was holding a gun in his hand with his finger on the trigger. The Las Vegas Sun reported Las Vegas police officer Shay McCollinus said was shot in the head during the same protest, reportedly remained paralyzed from the injuries. Officials have the 20-year-old Las Vegas resident charged charged in the shooting and had not been participating in the protest before the attack. Other law enforcement officers have been injured in non-fatal shootings this year, including 2 Los Angeles sheriff's deputies shot in Compton while sitting in their patrol car in September, 2 Louisville police officers shot in late September during a protest over the lack of serious charges against the police officers in Breonna Taylor's killing. James Scurlock, a Black Lives Matter protester with an infant daughter, was shot to death in Omaha in May after a confrontation with a white bar owner outside the man's bar. Other demonstrators died when cars drove through them and rammed into crowds. So yeah, 25 deaths, and these are some of them. And this is being because this is being compared to January 6th, right? This is their deflection. This is why January 6th isn't that bad, right? This is the whataboutism that they come up with. What about Black Lives Matter? Okay, here's Black Lives Matter. Here's a bunch of protesters getting fucking killed by chuds. That's your equivocation. There it is. Summer Taylor, a Black Lives Matter's protester who worked in a veterinary clinic, was killed in such an incident in Seattle. So was Robert Forbes, a black protester from Bakersfield whose sister recalled him demonstrating decades earlier over the brutal police beating of Rodney King. In St. Louis, Barry Perkins, a father of 2, was killed after being dragged and run over by a FedEx truck during the protest in May. In addition to people killed while demonstrating, at least 14 Americans have been killed in other incidents linked to political unrest in this summer, including 7 people shot during alleged looting of businesses, among them David Dorn, a retired police officer, shot during the robbery of a pawn shop in St. Louis. 2 California law enforcement officers murdered by an alleged anti-government Boogaloo boy. So that's a right-winger shooting cops, right? 1 person found dead in a pawn shop in Minneapolis that had been set on fire. An 8-year-old shot to death in Atlanta, and Louisville restaurant owner who was shot to death by the National Guard. Some of those killings remain unsolved. 1 of 2 fatal shootings of young black men in Seattle's self-described Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, that was the Chaz or the CHOP, was not politically motivated, according to the ACLED's reviews of the details in the case. But the June shooting of Antonio Mays Jr., a 16-year-old who was found connected to the broader unrest. A Seattle Times review of the footage linked the chaotic scene of the shooting, suggesting that some people in the protest zone might have believed they were under attack and that they fired guns at the stolen Jeep Mays and another teenager were driving into the zone. Jessica Doty Whitaker, a white woman, was shot to death early one July morning in Indianapolis. Her fiance told media outlets after her shooting that her shooting had been preceded by a tense argument with some passerby about the use of a racial slur in the statement, Black Lives Matter versus All Lives Matter. Oh my gosh, no. While they walked away from that confrontation, the fiance said someone opened fire later and the 24-year-old mother was killed. Indianapolis police have not verified those claims or released any details about the circumstances of the shooting. No one has been charged with the ACLED, categorizing this shooting as potentially politically motivated. Victor Cesar Jr. was described by friends and family as a supporter of Black Lives Matter. On June 1st, the day of the widespread protests across the country, he was shot to death outside of a neighborhood grocery store in Cicero, Illinois, that he was reportedly trying to protect. While the Chicago resident was quickly charged in the shooting death of another man, Jose Gutierrez, the same day as Cicero. The Cicero Police Department did not respond. Further requests for comments about whether anyone had been charged in Cesar's death. He was just standing there, making sure everyone was okay. Cesar's sister told the Cicero Independiente, he was there because he wasn't there because any violence. He didn't even have a weapon. So anyway, there's a full accounting of literally everything that happened in over 9,000 protests and any political violence that was going on at the same time, right? And in most cases, the victims are the protesters. And often enough, the perpetrator is a police officer, a National Guard member, an outside agitator, or otherwise somebody that is there to oppose the movement. So there we go, PBD. There we go. Like, I'm just sick of hearing this. I'm sick of fucking hearing this. I'm so tired of this equivocation. I cannot take it.
Right. So if there's a riot in Cleveland, and 500 businesses are burned down, that is a threat to the economy in Cleveland, but not American democracy. If you assault the Capitol on the day that the Congress is certifying an election to begin the process that will culminate on the 20th with the transfer, they have nothing to do with each other. The attack on the 6th was incited by one of the 44 people in the history of the country who's raised his hand and swore the 35-word oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, period. It was the most grotesque betrayal and abdication of presidential responsibility in American history. It constitutionally disqualifies him, in my estimation, from holding office ever again. How could anybody look at what happened? Look at what happened. It was a tour? How dare you?
You didn't see the shaman getting guided around?
The shaman! The Q shaman!
Wild man, okay, here's my question. What, Steve, how do you explain the countless...
Nobody was saying that Q shaman was a fucking danger, all right? Obviously, that guy's a LARPer. Oh my god, this guy's so full of shit. I can't believe it. I cannot believe this guy. Nobody was looking at Q shaman and being like, yeah, you know that hat that he's wearing? I bet he's goring people with those horns, right? You know that thing that he's carrying? Yeah, I bet he's beating up cops with. Nobody looks at, what is this dude's name again? Jacob something or other? You know, the Q shaman. Nobody's looking at Q shaman and being like, oh god, this guy was like really dangerous. What they're saying about Q shaman is that like, this is the kind of unhinged shit that was just accepted. Hey, you're here to support Trump? Great, come on in. Great, join us, right? I feel like the dude with the zip ties, right? I feel like the dude with the zip ties. I feel like the people saying, hang Mike Pence. I feel like the people, you know, fighting outside of the Capitol, beating the shit out of people with flagpoles. There's your violent perpetrators right there. The Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, etc., etc., etc.
FBI agents in plain...
It's Jacob Chansley. Thank you. Thank you, Narwhal by nature.
...that Congress won't even tell us how many.
Because it didn't happen.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
It didn't happen.
Ray Epps.
The violent insurrection.
So no, he's getting really mad here, but he's not nearly as red this time.
Oh, yeah, by the way, what do you... Let me see this.
Maybe this happened in the winter?
You guys saw that? Go back to that video. Could you show this video? People are f***ing rotting in jail for 30 years.
Yeah,
okay?
See, they're completely harmless.
Doing this shit. What the hell does that look like?
Okay,
what does that look like to you?
One video.
Look at the violence. I don't give a shit.
Just because you're yelling doesn't mean you're right.
No, it doesn't matter.
That's one piece of video.
Yeah,
Why don't we show the hours of footage of them
Tucker Carlson.
Okay.
What do we got here? We got Tucker Carlson here. We got a guy. We got Tucker Carlson. We got a guy who's got his own show on Russian
Ashley
TV.
Babbitt, God rest her soul.
We got the king of replacement, domestic terrorist.
Oh my God! Look at this violence. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they're turning it up.
Let's roll the tape of the violence, though. Okay, that's like saying there's a war going on over here, but you have video of outside of them getting along.
Here's my question.
There's other videos, Vinny.
Hold on, let's go back. So you mean to tell me Donald Trump, 2016, we found, this is a fact. This isn't BS. I made this up. 2016, fact, all right? The Durham report. Hillary Clinton, DNC, FBI, they all colluded to say he...
None of that's true.
No. Oh yeah. None of it's true. So you're full of right now.
So anyway, chat, you kind of got a deep dive that you didn't expect on who the fuck is Vinny Oshana. This is Vinny Oshana. This is what he does. This is his natural habitat. This is where he lives on the... It doesn't live, but like... He lives in the bank vault. That's right. I don't know. For all we know, he could live in the bank vault. Maybe there's a cot there where he sleeps. I don't know, chat. Michael Flynn. Michael Flynn is Candace Owens. These are the notables. These are the luminaries that have signed the vault.
Number one, 100% true. She paid for the dossier and did all that. 100%. So wait. So Donald Trump is crazy to think that they would cheat again? Are you kidding me? You mean having the FBI
There's no evidence of voter fraud of any type whatsoever.
Yeah, but
no, you're full of shit.
That's a separate conversation.
Hold on. By the way, and the hypocrisy for you guys to talk shit.
Is this guy like the resident lib? I feel like he debated Sam Cedar. Like, was it on Israel or something? Anybody remember the Sam Cedar episode?
Lincoln Project was comprised of all the same.
I feel like he's supposed to be like the resident like lefty, but he's I've seen him in debates against like actual lefties.
You guys accuse Trump of. That's the fucking funny part. You guys are all full of shit. Your whole crew was tax evading, Russian foreign agent, money scandaling people, And we're supposed to what? Believe you guys were making money. Where's all?
You see that vein? That's a great and prominent vein. Just like popping. Oh no, he's got several veins. Look at that. This is a vascular guy.
Money. Where's all the money? And I'm crazy? How many? You didn't vet none of those people? You didn't vet none of them? No, none of these people.
Oh my God. How does anybody take this guy?
The ones that point are the biggest pieces of shit. The ones that go, hey, look at Trump.
The pointers. Yeah, you got to watch out for those pointers. They're like, look at Trump.
You guys.
Wasn't me.
It's you. Oh, you're in.
Yo, especially the blonde women that will point at a cat while the cat's like sitting in front of a plate of broccoli. You know, like those are really the ones, the pointers.
Listen, you're 100%.
I pay my taxes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Do you want to find? You want to find some fucking guy? You know what you are?
An American patriot.
You're
That's
a whack
why.
job.
Yeah, I'm a whack job.
A nut job.
Let me guess. Yeah, right. Yeah. Dismiss conspiracy. No, the truth fucking hurts and doesn't care about your feelings. Period. I'm sorry.
I'm not
delusional
what
about
he's
a man.
saying about the peaceful tour of the Capitol, which I fully disagree with.
But these are the ones you got to watch out for. Okay, this right here.
It's not an opinion. It's not an opinion.
People who point.
He's a liar. He's a liar.
People who point
into the camera about a violent event, saying it was peaceful, spouting conspiracy theories, and using a Tucker Carlson thing.
I didn't play.
I mean, I don't know what to say other than to say it's why the country, right? I mean,
it's why Trump is leading in the polls because there's so many crazy.
How long ago was this? 11 months ago, chat. Yeah, Trump had just started to. Wait a minute. Yeah. Trump had just taken the lead in the polls.
Whack jobs like me that are tired of your bullshit. Period.
Yeah,
America first. Look where the fuck America is right now. Where are we? Are you
like? I'm surprised he doesn't like slosh the water around, right? It's like America first.
Are you genuinely happy with what's
this guy? This guy looks like he's losing it, but after having seen him fake an argument, now I'm not sure. But you do see the vein popping out, right, in a way that doesn't happen when he's faking it. So I'm assuming this is real.
happening in the country? Border wide open, inflation, all the bullshit that's happening, all the violence, all the smash and grabs, all the shit. You're happy?
I think three things.
Look.
I genuinely think you're a whack job.
God bless you too. Thank you so much.
I think you're ignorant.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And
I think you have nothing to say because you know that I'm right. And guess what? I hope to God Trump's win again. Trump wins again, so at night he just lives in your head.
So he can kill me?
No,
kill the chairman of the Joint Chiefs?
No, because I want you to wake up every morning
Shut down NBC?
And go, I want you to wake up every morning and go, oh, I want you to cry like all the people that cried, but he made America dope. It's people like you that are dividing us. All right? I don't give a shit about personality. I want policy. I want to live in a safe country, all right? I want the border to be secure. I want the economy to be killing, all right? I don't want people like you.
I don't know.
Like,
You seem
he's a boogeyman.
You seem a little rattled to me.
Not at all, bro. I'm on.
Not at all. All right. So with that intro to who this guy is, I now present you the actual debate. It's now time, chat, to get to that debate. It's also time for me to look and see that 46% of you are voting for Chud Logic. We got 39 votes so far, 38 likes. So that's pretty. We got chat choosing violence at 13%. So that's the last place. Nobody wants to see the sun tent today. I take it. Demon Mama responding to Tyler at 26%. That's in second place. And Lo-Fi Girl 2Q Shaman YouTube algorithm as it stands today. That is in third place. And again, chat, if you want that extra content, we're going to have a little bit of a shorter schedule today. That is to say, I'm not streaming quite as late. So we got a limited amount of time to get ourselves from where we are to where we need to be. Where are we? We're at 1%. We're at 1%. And yeah, chat, I need to figure out what to do with people who are subbing for multiple months. And same thing goes with membership, right? I think the membership, at least it reposted every month. It like shows that like getting, like it automatically makes an alert, but I'm not sure if that's true for Twitch. So it should be that like you get like it goes in every month or something. I don't know. I need to figure that out. But regardless, we got, topics here. And we'll get to see one of them if we hit 100%, which may or may not happen tonight.
A slightly normal politician. Ooh, that's so scary.
Oh, also, I wanted to point out, we've got Fallout New Vegas, right? Unless something just really crushes in the donos, it's going to be Fallout New Vegas tonight. If we hit that dono goal, which I don't know. I don't want to jinx it, chat. Look, if we hit it, we hit it. That would be awesome. And I would love to play some Fallout New Vegas. I actually know what to do now. I actually remembered exactly where we are in Fallout New Vegas and what we need to get accomplished. But we'll see. We'll see. Chat, one day I'll play Fallout New Vegas again.
Anthony was fired. After 10 days? Sounds like a bitter.
We got the Angry Patriot.
Employee. Cenk has Trump.
Scaramucci. Is he really called the Mooch? Do people really call this guy the Mooch? That's such a perfect name. That's such a perfect name for him. And he's just sitting there.
Derangement syndrome. Whether you.
He's doing the thing. He's the cat. He's the cat. Vinny is pointing.
Where are we now with this election, do you think?
Our model has the November outcome.
Oh no, that's Nate Silver. Why are we bringing on Nate Silver? Because it's Piers Morgan.
Basically 50-50.
This is basically one big Trump commercial.
So the key question is, who's going to be president of the United States come November 5th?
When someone says, I hope you cry, it always sounds like that.
Well, the summer's off to the quiet time in news and politics, but the DNC's election-winning machine...
Well, yeah, especially when Piers Morgan takes a break. This guy's been on break for, I don't know, like 2 months or something like that. Maybe 1 month, right? But he's missed all the good stuff. And he's going to have trouble getting back into the swing of things. Because when he left, the Trump narrative was still alive. It was still alive and kicking. It was flopping around in the boat. But now, it's not moving around so much. It's a little like... There's not much going on. There's not much going on with the Trump... narrative. Am I in top chat?
Even the most passionate and partisan Democrat.
Am I missing something?
Pretend that Kamala Harris is anything more than a middling vice president with dubious credentials for the highest office in the land. But almost overnight, she's been manufactured into a cultural phenomenon and a visionary. Most of all, she's apparently a harbinger of joy.
The one thing that I will not forgive them for is that.
Wait, so this is Sam and Adam Sosnick? Oh my god, chat, we might have a chance for that. We might have time for that.
They're trying to steal the joy from this country.
The joy felt by Americans backing the Harris-Walz ticket.
We are joyful warriors. Being joyful is part of the American identity.
The joy factor. Campaign of joy.
You're talking about radical joy.
It is downright joyful.
It looks like a joyous rally. It looks like a joyous occasion.
A real zeal and joy in the campaign.
The joy that you're bringing back to the country.
Joyful, exuberant rally.
Thank you for bringing back the joy.
Power of joy,
hope and joy.
Something incredibly joyful.
She does it all with a sense of joy.
Joy. Joy. Joy.
Joy.
Joy.
Joy. Joy.
Joy. Joy.
Joy. Joy.
Imagine that. American politics.
Oh, the joy. Why am I not feeling quite so joyful?
Because you like Trump. He's your personal friend. And when you left, he was maybe winning, right? He was maybe still slightly ahead. Like he was losing it. He was losing the narrative. The momentum had already turned against him. But that's why you're not feeling the joy, because you, Piers Morgan, are not actually a neutral observer here. You are here to do Trumpaganda.
Why did I...
For your famous friend. That's all it takes. Is just somebody famous like kisses his ass. And Piers Morgan is like, I like this guy. I like Joy. Yeah, people tend to like Joy. The meme cat has a name. It's the Smudge Lord.
None of them look that joyful as they said all that. The same battery of commentators, strategists and grandees who conspired to oust the...
Yeah, but aren't you not supposed to speak Lord Smudge's name?
Actual President of the United States, Joe Biden, are now working equally ardently over time to ensure that they get to choose the next one. Will the American people swallow all this enforced joy? Can Harris withstand the scrutiny that comes with the...
Americans aren't really known for joy, yeah.
...of a presidential campaign?
Well, especially in the last few years. And look, that's why this message works. And the other reason is that Donald Trump is like... He's like the embodiment of hate. He's fear and loathing.
Well, she simply dodged that scrutiny altogether after 40 days without.
He's Nixon on the toilet seat, chat.
Interview or a press conference. This is how she answered the easiest, most predictable question of all when she finally sat down with CNN.
If you are elected, what would you do on day one in the White House?
Well, there are a number of things. I will tell you, first and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class. When I look at the aspirations, the goals, the ambitions of the American people, I think that people are ready for a new way forward. In a way that generations of Americans have been fueled by hope and by optimism.
Oh, come on, Kamala. What does all that mean?
So now you could make the criticism that Kamala has not gotten into a lot of policy yet. And obviously, like, right-wingers are making this criticism because they need something. They need something. She's doing pretty well. She's kind of still in the phase of, like, introducing herself. So there's a little bit of that, like, you know, the meat of the policy of, you know, what she's proposing, that is kind of like the space is taken up by her bio, right? So she can get away with it because she's kind of late into the race. But yeah, you know, there are, you know, things that she said, priorities that she has that I would like to see fleshed out in a more meaningful way. Like when she says, I'm going to fight against price gouging, I would love to know what that means. I would love to know that that means something real and substantial, and that it's not just words, as we often get from Democrats, as far as what she's going to do in terms of the negotiation, which may be ending. Like from what I know, chat, the United States was about to, you know, end the negotiation between Israel, Hamas, and some of the other nations in the area, right? That the United States portion of that is about to end. So, you know, in terms of she's talked about stopping the fighting, but she hasn't really fleshed that out. And anytime she has, it's looked very both sides. It's looked very you know, fence city, and it never acknowledges that there is one party in the negotiations that does not want to negotiate, that is not there in good faith, that does not want a deal. And it's more clear now than ever.
It's word salad.
So you can say that there's, like, you know, details that need to be filled in. But at the same time, like, what does Trump have to say? He has to say immigration. We've got a very bad border right now, folks. I want to have the best border. I want to make the border better. I'm going to go in and make the border better. When the border gets better, you're not going to believe how much better the border is, right? He doesn't say anything. And it doesn't mean anything. And that's not really the where rubber meets road as far as what's going on with immigration. Like I said, it's foreign policy, and he doesn't say shit about that, about what he's going to do to fix the U.S. foreign policy and its effect in other countries.
Regardless of your politics, it's not an answer.
Yeah, it's just weird that they're so adamant about Kamala filling in the details of her policy when Trump has been so lacking, and not just now, but always. It's always vibes, it's always feelings, it's always, you know, like, oh yeah, he does the same thing. He complains about the, you know, inflation and blames it on Biden, but doesn't really say what he's going to do to fix it, other than drill, baby, drill, which is not a solution.
To an obvious question, if Kamala's first command to her team from behind the Resolute desk is do what you can to support the middle class, America's in big trouble. What her campaign is doing successfully is somehow managing to distance Harris from everything she's ever said or done, particularly in the administration in which she has served as vice president. She's apparently flipped positions on everything from the border wall to abolishing private health insurance, imposing electric car mandates, defunding the police, and banning fracking. None of it seems to matter. The message is clear. Kamala Harris is shiny, new, and nothing to do with what's happened before, either under Joe Biden or...
Okay, I am getting that... Yeah, it looks like you're not getting alerts for donos and stuff. Thank you, Moino. I'm sorry I didn't see... What's going on? YouTube alerts are on. That's super weird. Okay, chat. I'm not hearing these. That is 5 gifted memberships going towards Fallout. So that brings us up to 16% of the dono goal. And that brings Fallout up to, oh my gosh. What is it, 134? So yeah, like I said, chat, Fallout's going to be hard to beat tonight if we hit that dono goal. We are, 84% away from it at the moment.
What's come out of her own mouth?
A new way forward and turn the page on the last decade of what I believe has been contrary to where the spirit of our country really lies.
But the last decade, of course, the last 3.5 years has been part of your administration.
I'm talking about an era.
You've literally been in charge for nearly 4 years of that 10 years. This is your era. And I use that pronunciation very deliberately. This woman was the Vice President of the United States.
Is it, though? Is it really any of our era when Trump is still hanging around? When the loser of the last presidential election will not even admit that he's lost?
States is the Vice President of the United States. There's actually a president who's on the beat somewhere. Well, the cabal, which united to force her boss into retirement, meanwhile, is still barely able to contain his...
The cabal. The cabal, he says.
Glee.
There was no sound. Yeah, no, I noticed that. Let me, like, actually do the proper alerts, right? That's why I was saying there were not... CJ, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. Starman X, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. ACAB includes Tone Police. You've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. Asher the Bunny Man. You've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. And several wolves. You've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working right now. I hope it's not.
The person who should be applauded is the president who did the most selfless thing that anybody's done since George Washington. And that's true.
No,
whatever.
People make their own decisions.
Absolutely they do. Absolutely they do. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for what you didn't do.
Extraordinary, isn't it? I mean, it was George Clooney with his op-ed in the New York Times and Nancy Pelosi, who apparently said to Biden, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, but you're out, sunshine. It was those
reportedly
two who led the campaign to get rid of him. They were the Brutuses to the Caesar. And yet now they want us to think.
I love how he thinks that political pressure all of a sudden is a cabal, is a coup, is an undemocratic process. Really? Or is that motherfucking politics? Is that the very essence of politics? Yeah.
This guy's like,
oh my gosh, is there leverage being used in our politics? Holy shit. Holy shit. Joe did it himself. I mean, at the end of the day, there's one person and one person only who had that decision. Now, yeah, I mean, like, 25th Amendment, could that have been evoked? Could that have been mentioned? But he's just speculating now. He's just speculating. Like, yeah, she threatened him with the 25th Amendment. I heard that she said, we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. And obviously the hard way means that she gets her husband's friend, DePape, to come with his hammer and senselessly beat Biden about the head until he relents.
Greatest guys in
Do I do a decent Piers at least?
Greatest is Washington, the first president of the United States.
Piers is such a fucking joke.
Founder of the United States. The man that many Americans think was the greatest president. Is that how anyone views Joe Biden? A man who, before he could even serve a second term, had to be bullied and shamed and humiliated out of his position? as the nominee for 2020.
Nobody feels bad for Biden. I'm sorry, Piers. I don't know what you... Is that what he thinks he's going to do? That there's like Biden Democrats out there that are like, oh, geez, I feel really bad about what happened to Biden. Hey, maybe if Pierce bitches about this a whole bunch, I'll vote for Trump instead because I'll be so mad. I'll be like, I thought we were getting Biden. No, nobody feels that way. Nobody feels cheated by not getting Biden. Nobody's like, I went and voted for Biden in that primary, and I can't believe that now it's Kamala. I can't believe that they did that. Nancy Pelosi, how could you? Right? Bill Maher, for once, his disposition, you know, his attitude towards that is pretty representative of the rest of the country. That's not something that I can say often. Bill Maher is usually pretty out of touch with things, but in this case, he's reading the room correctly.
By his own team, by his own people. There's a lot to call out about Kamala Harris and her campaign. In my view, the Trump campaign also has its problems. It's yet to regain its footing and confidence that it had when Biden...
I'm glad you noticed. So you're not completely out of touch with what's going on right now. But do you see what he's trying to do? He's trying to like latch on to some of that 2016 energy, right? And this is what Trumpies do all the time, right? They need to get back to that narrative because at the end of the day, that's all that he's got. So as much as you can say that all Kamala's doing is a vibe and a narrative, sure, look, whatever, I'll grant that, right? But that's all Trump has ever done. And it's not a good vibe, and it's not a true narrative, and I'm sick of it. And I think the rest of America is sick of it. I think, chat, that the biggest energy out there is the energy against a Trump-Biden rematch. And the second biggest energy out there is energy against another 4 years of Donald Trump. There is a coalition out there that does not want anything else to do with this guy. And I would say that it's slightly over 50%. So, I mean, depending on turnout, depending on excitement on either sides, depending on things like early voting, which some of you may be able to do now. Some of you may be getting your ballots already, right? It's starting. Depending on a lot of things, right? There does seem to be a majority out there that just wants to move on, which is exactly what she's saying, right? She's talking about the last like 8 years to a decade or whatever, and this kind of fucking malaise that the country's been in ever since Trump touched it. And yes, chat, Trump is a guy who everything he touches turns to shit.
Was the nominee. Let's be clear, Trump destroyed Biden at that debate and was heading for an easy victory if Biden had stayed in the race. It's not quite so certain or easy.
Charlotte Rose says, I'd rather it be Kamala. I know, I think everybody feels that way. Except for Trump. Okay, let's say it correctly. Yeah, except for Trump. Trump misses Biden. Big time Trump fans, they miss Biden. They were ready to like go off on a practice dummy, which is essentially what Biden was. Biden was a human boxing bag just waiting to be fucking beaten into a bloody pulp, and Trump was going to relish doing it. And now he can't do it. And now he doesn't have Sleepy Joe to kick around anymore. He got his wish. He knocked him out. And now he's in the fight of his life, and probably the last big fight of his life, politically speaking.
But there's a cautionary note here for Democrats too. The last time Trump took on a woman who appeared to be surging.
There we go. Oh my God, really?
In the polls with the same George Clooney slamming him from a press conference at a movie festival, things didn't quite work out the way everyone expected. It may feel like it began 100 years ago.
I don't want to invoke the metaphor of the cargo cult, mainly because I feel like I've always felt like there's something vaguely racist about that trope. But it's the same idea. He feels like, I remember another time just like this, and a woman was running against Trump, and George Clooney was supporting her, and it was a night just like this. And it's like he's trying to evoke the spirit of like Freddy Krueger to come back and you know, go on a streak of terror. And it's just not going to work. The magic is dead. Trump is low energy, right? He needs to be president, but I don't even know if he wants to be president. I don't feel like his heart's in it. I don't feel like his heart's in campaigning. He hasn't been campaigning the way that he used to. He's been I would say depressed. And there's good reason for that, right? Because he went from looking like he had the election in the bag to looking like he is losing hold of everything that he had.
But the real race for the president of the United States begins now.
Marcus says, nah, he's doing great. Well, show me some video of that, Marcus.
Well, joining me now to debate all this, the Young Turks founder, Cenk Uygur.
Oh, hey, that's a good point. KJ Aubrey says, I hate that Cenk named his news agency after the group that perpetrated the Armenian genocide in Turkey. Just why? In the United States, that term used to be colloquially used, right? Used as an idiom to describe like young upstarts. You know, people that were new to a game but were punching above their weight, right? That's what Cenk Uygur, I guess, meant by that. But then again, I guess I'm trying to remember when exactly I think it was like after Anna came on to the broadcast that he acknowledged the Armenian genocide. But yeah, I don't think the intent, it is, you know, a historical reference that is, yeah, literally to the perpetrators of a genocide. So, but yeah, it's weird how Americans talk. It's weird some of the phrases that get used. And that's more of a boomer phrase, right? It's not something that people are saying, "Oh, look at that young Turk over there," right? It's not currently in usage, but it was sort of a boomerism. And Cenk is kind of a boomer, even
the former White House communications director,
even a boomer before his time.
Scaramucci,
There's the mooch. We got the mooch.
Journalist Emily Austin from the PBD.
Okay, so can somebody? This is a PBD person.
Now, well,
oh God, I rewound it too much.
Cenk Uygur, the former White House communications director Anthony Scaramucci, broadcaster and journalist Emily Austin from the PBD podcast, the commentator and self-professed
broadcast journalist Emily Austin. Anybody know who this is? Emily Austin?
Angry patriot Vinny Oshana. Welcome to all of you. Wow, I've been away 3 weeks or so. All hell as normal has broken loose because all hell breaks loose.
You were Trump's good luck charm.
Every week in this race. Anthony Scaramucci, great to have you on Uncensored. We've spoken many times over the last few years about all things American politics. You posted on October the 1st, don't be surprised if Donald Trump drops out of the race. Nearly 10 million people viewed that post. Do you stand by it? And
I said it too, all right, but it was kind of tongue-in-cheek. I think what I said was something to the effect that the best thing that Trump could do for the Republican Party right now would be to drop out. I also said that I very much doubted that he would do it. But like I said, chat, the biggest area of agreement with most Americans right now is that they do not want a rematch. They do not want part 2 of the 2020 election. They do not want the Trump and Biden rematch. And they're not going to get it. They're not going to get it because Biden's gone. But Trump is like half of that equation. And like I said, the second biggest like contingent is people that do not want Donald Trump. And it's looking like it might be a majority. So what that means, chat, is that if you can get a Democratic candidate that doesn't have, I don't know, like a special reason for people to hate them, that's not like especially hated, right, above other politicians, then you've pretty much got the election. Because the people are out there that want to vote Trump out. The place that falls apart is when there's a loss of enthusiasm, as you saw under Joe Biden. So in reality, like Trump's ascendancy, which, you know, it did seem like an ascendancy. Like I said, he passed Biden in the polls about 11 months ago, and he's been on top ever since. That is until Biden dropped out and was replaced with Kamala Harris. So some people took that as Trump being popular, as Trump, as people accepting, embracing Trump, and it really wasn't. That really wasn't what it was. What it was millions of Americans not feeling anything for Joe Biden, being disturbed by the Biden administration, and being disturbed by the fact that the candidate was this guy that had kind of said that he'd hinted that he was only going to run once, and nobody wanted to see him run again, especially after people realized that the Sleepy Joe was the real Joe Biden. It wasn't an aberration. It wasn't like it wasn't like a chance thing. It was just like legitimately how Biden was now. And so you literally replace Biden with a ham sandwich, and you're gonna get more votes than Trump. So the fact that Kamala is able to give people what they want, at least on a vibes level, is icing on the cake, honestly.
If you do, will you accept a $1,000 bet from me right now that Trump isn't going to pull out?
Well, I'll bet you $1,000 on the election. I don't know if I'm going to bet on the pullout. I mean, he's got to drop more substantially in the polls. You know, he's down 6 with the likely voters.
KJ Aubrey says Vivek 2028. Now, in general, we don't want you to spam like political slogans in chat, because that doesn't really add much to the chat. And sometimes there's a lot of people in here. So, it would be nice if you would just say what it is you like about Vivek Ramaswamy. But what I'm wondering about Vivek Ramaswamy is, will he actually be embraced by Republicans writ large, right? That's the party that he's running in. And he seemed to have a lot of hate. And I don't know how to read the hate for Vivek in the Republican Party. I mean, I've got my own reason to, not think much of Vivek Ramaswamy. But for Republicans, like, I don't know what their reason is to hate this guy, other than just racism.
If she opens up a lead 12
no, you're good.
to 15 points, he's not going to want to lose to her. He's the worst presidential candidate for the Republicans since Herbert Hoover. He's lost the House, the Senate, and the presidency. And if DeSantis or Nikki Haley was running against Kamala Harris, they'd probably be up 10 or 15. So we'll have to see. But on likely voters, he's already down 6. And I like her momentum. I understand all the issues that you're raising related to her. But unfortunately, there's only 2 choices. There's him and her.
Seth Evans says Trump's pullout game is weak. Yeah. Well, there's a reason for that too, right? And I think I've explained this before, but for anybody who hasn't heard it yet, Trump is facing a number of charges, and it seems like those charges are ever expanded. New charges actually just posted this last week. And with the amount of judicial criminal smoke that is chasing Trump, like, in all likelihood, if he has to face all those charges, something is gonna get him. Now, I don't think myself that he's going to get, like, 6 to 9 years if he was convicted of the latest charges, right? I think he's going to get like a much reduced sentence. He's an old man. He's a rich old man, and he's a well-connected old man. And generally those things make it so that you get like the very lighter side of any kind of sentence. So, but if Trump does not win and become president, if Trump does not have a immunity reason, a presidential immunity reason for him not to face charges other than in the Senate, then he is going to go down for something. It's almost guaranteed. It's almost guaranteed. So that's why he will not drop out, even though I think it's probably the best thing for the country. I mean, it's definitely the best thing for the country if he dropped out. It would probably be the best thing for the Republican Party, but it's not the best thing for Trump's ego, and that's a huge factor. And the other factor is the legal jeopardy that he's in, and how the only way that he gets off scot-free is by winning another election.
And I think I would implore people to read H.R. McMaster's book if they get a chance, because he's very honest and very objective about the insanity that is Donald Trump.
I mean, Anthony, if I'd asked you
$1,000 on the election, I got Kamala. You can take the orange man if you want.
We'll make it for charity.
I'm done on that.
We'll make it for charity. I'll take that bet. I still think Trump's going to win. I'm not an American citizen. I don't have a vote. I don't have a...
It's hard to imagine the polls reflecting that people who would have voted for a Democrat switched to Trump. Then again, Americans are Americans. Obama voters switched to Trump. Bernie voters switched to Trump. Jimmy Dore is the name that comes to mind. There's stuff with Jimmy Dore that I haven't covered, isn't there? Trump would never pull out because then his legal battles would crash down on him. So his only chance to avoid consequences. He doesn't care about running. He doesn't care if running burns the GOP down. Never bet on Trump's pullout game, says Lady Badash. Nikki Haley, just seething. You thought I was going to talk about Stormy Daniels' comments on Trump? Wait, which ones? The ones about his wiener?
Horse in the race. Okay. I just think reality is going to kick in. And if I asked you, Anson, before we move to the others, if I'd asked you even 2 months ago, do you think Kamala Harris would make a great president of the United States? You would have laughed out loud. Be honest.
Again, there's two choices in the race. I know I don't want to go back to what we had. I think it was a unmitigated disaster. He embarrassed me by supporting him. And he's actually an embarrassment on the world stage. And he doesn't even understand things like the nuclear triad. The guy is a walking disaster. And so I will take her over him. But you're right. If there were other candidates available, if you were available, Piers, you're not over 35 yet. But if you were an American citizen.
It's funny because Scaramucci is talking about people that have worked with Trump, worked for Trump, like McMaster. And he's also talking about like major world figures. Now, if you're Trump people and you're really going to ride that like anti-establishment horse until it falls over and dies, I guess you could say, well, the world leaders are pieces of shit. They're part of the establishment. They're evil, right? So it's good that they don't like him, but they laugh. They laugh when Anthony says the U.S. is not well respected by world leaders. Yeah, Trump has been ridiculed, and that doesn't happen to U.S. presidents. Trump gets ridiculed when he is in, sort of spaces with other world leaders. Like, people do not take him seriously. And honestly, people don't take the country seriously. And I don't really blame them. It's like understandable. Oh, this is your president? Huh. Oh, this is what the United States has come to? Right, it is a comic, tragic affair that Donald Trump was able to put his greasy thumbprint on the wall of presidents in the first place.
And over 35, I would take you.
See, this is why
we've only got two choices.
This is really why I wanted you on the program.
Okay, he's got to be kidding.
Because I knew that you.
But at the same time, like, understand, Anthony Scaramucci, he is a Republican. He is like an old school Republican. He worked for Trump, and that's his reason that he gives for being so anti-Trump, is that he's seen things from the inside, and he says it's really ugly. This guy's like horrible, but he did agree to be in the administration in the first place. So the election of a reality star, fail son, was not like a deal breaker in the beginning for Anthony Scaramucci. That's kind of why I don't really trust him. I don't know how seriously to take anything that he says. He does have firsthand knowledge of Donald Trump and his administration, but at the same time, he appears to just be along for the ride, right? He's riding the celebrity that he gained by being Donald Trump's disgruntled employee for as much as he can.
You would flatter me,
but he's actually pretty good with a turn of a phrase. You know what I mean? Like, he's more intelligent than most of these political opponents. Sorry, he's more intelligent than most of these political pundits, right? Most of the people you see on television, Anthony Scaramucci is running mental laps around them. So as goofy and like jocular as his persona is, he's a sharp guy. I just don't think that he's necessarily like a good guy, if that explains it. But I do enjoy seeing him dunk on Trump.
A way that I would find irresistible. Emily Austin. So look, Kamala Harris was nobody's choice, even on the Democrat side, to be president of the United States 2 months ago. Suddenly, she's apparently the great, fresh, new thing, despite the fact that she's been Biden's vice president for nearly 4 years. How can she continue to execute this tripwire of pretending she's not responsible.
He's acting like Rachel Maddow. I always bring up this example of Rachel Maddow because if you watched her during the Trump administration, you always got the feeling that right around the corner was some event that was going to have Trump marched out of the White House in an orange jumpsuit, like literally frog march, like they carry him by both of his arms, right? They come and get him. Like, and she'd always be like, watch this space. She'd be like, that means that blah, 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 and Mueller could do blah, 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 and this could happen and that could happen. And who knows? Who knows? Maybe we'll annul the election of Donald Trump to president, and all of his, all of his, official actions will be revoked and rolled back, and we'll bring Hillary in, and we can go back, sip mimosas at brunch. It'll be great, right? Just watch this space. Watch this space. Just wait, right? And Rachel Maddow was selling something that liberals very much wanted, and that was cope. That was cope. There was no way that Donald Trump was going to be removed from office, all right? Because that would take a vote of like a supermajority of the Senate, which is never going to happen with the Senate being like close to 50-50 or anything like, right? Republicans were going to have his back. So in reality, no matter what was in Mueller's investigation, no matter how much the gun smoked, that gun was never going to be used to remove, metaphorically, this was never going to be, Mueller's case was never going to remove Trump from office. And I feel like Piers is doing that now. He's like, just you wait. There's a tripwire. There's a tripwire there. She's going to have to explain why Biden sucks so much. Guess what, Piers? Biden is close to a positive approval rating, which for our politicians right now is pretty fucking rare. Pretty fucking rare, right? Biden's approval rate has gone up since he withdrew. For all of your bluster, for all of you claiming that this was a cabal and this was a coup and this is something bad that should have never happened, this is a great travesty of justice and the American people aren't going to stand for this, how dare you shove Kamala down our throats? The American people actually are pretty amenable to having Kamala shoved down our throats because it's much better than having Biden shoved. Oh my God, chat, this metaphor is a little too much. A little too much. Now, I'm not trying to imply anything here, but yeah, this is, it's not working. It's not going to work. Americans disapproved of Biden by a high level, by a higher level than Trump even, which is pretty freaking high, right? Maybe not higher than Vance, though. Vance is pretty unpopular. But Americans did disapprove of Joe Biden when he was in the race. And now that he's out of the race, Americans are like, yay, Biden. Isn't that wild how that works? Isn't that wild how that works? So it's not really about, I think Biden screwed up the economy. I think Biden caused inflation. I think Biden is letting the immigrants all in, right? It's not really about that. That's not really what was going on. It was that people did not want Trump versus Biden part 2. And when Biden showed that he couldn't even keep up with Trump in a debate, it was over. It was Jover, as they say.
Or accountable for everything that's...
And I think everyone, I'm starting to mispronounce her name. Are they getting me? It's Kamala. It's Kamala. It's very easy.
Going on in this administration.
The answer is that she can't. There's only so long you could portray this facade that you have everything figured out. But what I hope to see...
Piers sometimes says base stuff, but only because of Trotsky communist backgrounds. Wait, what? Because of the Trotsky communist background of some of the neocons? I know about this phenomenon, yeah. People that were part of the New Left in the 60s and then became neocons.
Happens sooner than later because the clock is ticking, is for the emotions to be removed from this election. Kamala could run her Ren and Stimpy.
See, you're coping. You're coping. Also, please tell me about the Ren and Stimpy.
That you have everything figured out. But what I hope to see happen sooner than later because the clock is ticking is for the emotions.
The clock is ticking. That's true. The clock is very much ticking. The clock is not in your favor here.
To be removed from this election. Kamala could run her Ren and Stimpy, happy, happy, joy, joy campaign all she wants, which sounds strikingly...
Oh my God, Chad, I would play that. I think I know this. Is that the song that's like, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy. Happy, happy, joy, joy. It's just this manic, happy song.
Similar to Hitler.
But that's not what Kamala's doing. Right? That's not at all what she's doing. It's not like a, hey, everybody, let's be happy for Kamala. And somehow it's like hypnotizing people. And the Democratic zombies, the Democratic NPCs are like, yes, we hear and we obey, Master Kamala. We hear and we obey. Like it's not like a forced thing. It's the fact that people lost hope under Biden. They correctly perceived that Biden had next to no chance of beating Trump. And looking at another 4 years of Trump after having experienced the first four, that is doomer. That is doomer as fuck. And so what people are happy, or where this started, right, was just like, there is somebody other than Biden, and you can vote for them, and they might win. That made people happy. That made people happy. The fact that it's not a repeat of the 2020 election, that made people happy. That's where it started, right? And then people like started to get to know her. The Republicans were like, oh, she laughs too much. People watched the clips. It was like, I don't know. I like her laugh, right? Oh, she says weird stuff. You know, she says you didn't fall out of a coconut tree. That's weird. People looked at it and they were like, no, actually, that's kind of based. Like, yeah, I mean, she's right. She's right. You didn't just fall out of a coconut tree. You exist because of everything that has come before you, but you shouldn't let that which has come before you dictate that which could be, right? And these were all kind of like pleasant surprises, right? I think a lot of people remembered Kamala being like just mega cringe, but then it's like when you look back and you're kind of like, it's not that bad. So it's a pleasant surprise.
Communist invading radicals.
And when she chose Tim Walz instead of Josh Shapiro or the guy from Arizona or Pete Buttigieg,
Communist invading radicals.
It's kind of a pleasant surprise. It's kind of a pleasant surprise. So that's where the joys come from. If people want to know, it's not that much based on Kamala, because honestly, people do not know Kamala that well. But when she comes out with the kind of bio that she does, right, which is mostly what the campaign's running on right now. I mean, as somebody to the left of the Democratic Party, I'm not super happy about some of the, you know, like her DNC speech, some of her policy statements, some of her like tacking back to the right on things. That does not give me hope. Like I would love to hear her like differentiate herself from Biden, at least on Gaza. That would give me some hope. But I'm not getting that. So I don't think I'm really the demographic that's feeling the love and the hope and the joy and all that stuff, the happy, joy. I don't think I'm that demographic, but I at least know people like this well enough to understand what's going on and understand why, for a lot of people, Kamala's presence in the race is in and of itself a reason to be a little bit more hopeful. Like, compared to where things were, this is great.
Hitler's strength through joy, but I'm not even going to get into that.
Okay, so here we go. Here we go.
To be removed from this election. Kamala could run her Ren and Stimpy, happy, joy campaign all she wants, which sounds strikingly similar to Hitler's strength.
Hitler was a noted Ren and Stimpy fan, right? Why do I feel like I'm able to like imagine a Hitler drawn by Ren and Stimpy? Like, why do I feel like this is a thing? I'm like having these weird memories where it feels like, oh no, there's like Ren as Hitler. I'm having a memory where I feel like I remember an episode of Ren and Stimpy with Hitler in it, but I don't think it's true. And also, what she's saying is ridiculous, chat. What she's saying is ridiculous, right? So they've dug up some Hitler thing that talks about joy or something like that, and they're like, oh yeah, look, it's just like Kamala, like she's doing the Hitler thing. Look, if you want to talk about stuff that's similar to Hitler, let's look at what Hitler was really about, which was not stopping price gouging, which was not canceling student debt. Hitler was not a big fan of canceling student debt. Hitler was not a big fan of higher education at all. Right? Hitler's policies were about selecting an outgroup and demonizing them and fomenting hatred against that group and taking those people out of society. Does that sound like Kamala Harris's campaign? Do those sound like Kamala Harris's policies? Or does that sound an awful lot like the policies of Donald J. Trump? It's just so ironic that she would take this tack, right?
Through joy, but I'm not even going to get into that. But at some point, which will happen likely in this debate, is her policies have to be questioned. She can run on the joy campaign. Trump is the policy president. He addresses it head on.
The policy president. I'm sorry. I just gotta laugh. This guy doesn't know the difference between policy and a hole in his ass. Like, right, what the fuck are you talking about?
Whether it's easy.
Trump is the most, like, probably one of the most ignorant people that's ever been president. And the argument was that he will have good people around him, right? He will either pick good people that actually know what they're talking about as far as policy, or I don't know, or the Republicans would suggest names of people that understood things more than Trump does, because he's not a politician. He's not a technocrat. He's not even a successful business owner, chat. This guy is a person who every business he's ever run has turned into shit. He's somebody that was born on third base and somehow wound up on second base, right? His first, venture as a real estate magnate, that failed. He went bankrupt. He next owned several casinos. 6 of those casinos went bankrupt. The only success he's ever had is as a reality star. And unfortunately, I think that is the job that propelled him into this office in almost like a hyper real sort of way, in a hyperstitious sort of way, you could even say, where in the seeing Trump in the boardroom on The Apprentice, right? Seeing Trump as the man making the decisions, deciding who has done well, who has done badly, who to hire, who to fire. I think it kind of like programmed a lot of Americans with the idea that this guy knows what he's talking about. This guy's good at something. He's good at managing, right? And what is the president other than a manager? If you don't know shit about policy, hire somebody that does. You're a manager. You can do this really well. And I've seen you on that show. You knew who to hire and you knew who to fire, and you're competent as a manager. And it's like, that's what allowed him to make that jump. And instead of being like, a governor or a mayor or a member of Congress or a senator or like literally anything first, he goes straight from being a reality star, from being a celebrity, to being a president. And you're going to tell me this guy, Emily, you're going to tell me this guy is the policy president?
Or hard. Kamala can't even face the media. Her pre-taped lied to be what was a live interview on CNN. She couldn't even do it without her babysitter nearby. And she's an embarrassment to the country. And it's not because she's a woman, and it's not because she's a woman of color. I'm sure she's a lovely woman, and as a celebrity, she's quite entertaining. But presidentially, she would embarrass us on a global stage. She's embarrassing us domestically, and it would be disastrous. Everything he just said about Trump, I believe the same to Kamala Harris.
All right, Cenk Uygur, she's an embarrassing disaster. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing's been preposterous. Kamala Harris is a very standard, normal politician, and you guys are ignoring the 800-pound gorilla in the room, which is that Donald Trump is a lunatic. So you guys are having this conversation. This normal politician, oh my God, she might not be good enough. Wow, she's running with joy. That sounds like Hitler. All these kind of loony things that you guys are all saying. When the other guy...
So like I said, chat, usually Cenk is not a great debater, right? If I'm like in a debate and somebody tells me your opponent is Cenk Uygur, like I'm laughing, I'm smiling. I know how to handle Cenk Uygur, right? He just kind of charges at you and you sort of get out of his way and watch him fall on his ass, right? He's not a great debater. But in this case, Piers is so off of his game, right? And look at this. This is a 2 versus 3 debate. Now, I mean, I'm sure that Piers would say that he's a centrist. He's a, he's objective. He is neutral in this case, right? So it's fair. But realistically, it's like 3 versus 1. But watch what happens. Watch what happens with Cenk Uygur. And like I said, I think that a lot of times he looks like a buffoon in debates. But he's right. He's right. They sound fucking nutso, going off about the fact that Donald Trump is the policy president, and that Kamala Harris might be a Nazi because she has uses the word joy in her campaign. This is not landing with anyone. This is not landing with anyone. This is like something that Sunday and Aiko, unironically, if you set President Sunday and Aiko Rules, friends of the VOD, if you set them up to find like dirt on Kamala Harris, this is the kind of thing that they'd come up with, right? This is a stretch, in other words. This is a massive stretch, right? She says joy. You know who also said joy? An Austrian gentleman named Hitler. That's right.
Lunatic. He thinks we should terminate the Constitution. He thinks that all of our crowds are AI-created images.
Wait, did somebody in chat think that Harris supports Medicare for all? That would be awesome.
Absolutely insane things, thought that his vice president deserved to be murdered by his supporters, and we're having a nonsense conversation about Kamala Harris.
Look, chat, to be real, there's only one person that deserves to be murdered by Trump supporters, and it's not Mike Pence.
Running with joy being a bad thing? And guys, there's a lot of reasons that she does that. But one of the reasons is to juxtapose the hatred from the other side, which you guys are amply displaying. The other side's like, oh my God, everybody's the enemy. The immigrants are the enemy. The Democrats are the enemy. Oh, they're killing babies after they're born. All these lunatic talk. So go ahead, run your mouth about Kamala Harris. But at the end of the day, Donald Trump's still a lunatic, and the country doesn't want an unstable madman like that who doesn't even believe in America. He thinks we should terminate our Constitution. He had no problem trampling our democracy.
Wait, G-Rock Blue says, when did Trump ever say get rid of the Constitution? Did he say that before? Because if not, G-Rock Blues is like psychic. Are you psychic? Did you come in here to prove your psychic abilities? Because I believe you. I believe you, psychic. You're psychic. How did you know that Cenk was going to say that? Wow. Amazing.
And the country doesn't want an unstable madman like that who doesn't even believe in America. He thinks
yeah, Emily's still wearing the IDF dog tags. That's correct, Moyano.
We should terminate our Constitution. He had no problem trampling our democracy. I'm not letting that clown come in here and destroy this country.
All right.
I mean, you're sitting next to Scaramucci the clown, but that's okay.
Vinny Oshana, he's a clown who'll destroy the country, an 800-pound gorilla.
Scaramucci is a much better clown than Trump.
These are the nice guys spreading joy.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're not. I guess liberals are fake. Isn't that right? You're supposed to be accepting and kind and empathetic, and yet you're saying that Donald Trump is a clown. That doesn't sound very nice to me. What do you think, Vinny? What do you think, angry patriot?
Yeah,
well, you guys are super nice.
I have to say this, Piers. Emily, you kind of brushed over it, love, and I think you should have stayed on it. Emily's a Jewish girl, and she mentioned the strength through joy was 100% hijacked.
He's backing up what is possibly the worst thing to possibly... Like, I've just never seen a Republican do this kind of shit. I've seen lefties actually try to pin the tail on the Nazi in a debate and not really have much proof about it and come up looking ridiculous. I've never seen this happen with a right-winger, where they're like, Kamala says that she supports joy, just like Hitler. And Vinny's like, that's right. She's got a good point there. It is just like Hitler. It's exactly like Hitler. Anytime somebody comes up saying joy, you need to stand against that campaign, because that's a clear indication of genocidal intent. Really?
From the Nazis.
Not like something like, say, scapegoating a marginalized group of people, like isolating the people that you don't like, talking shit about them, saying that you want them deported. That's not more like Hitler.
It was
They really stepped in the dog shit this time. And like I said, this is Pierce's first debate back. He's here to do Trumpaganda. Don't make no mistake, right? He's a personal friend of Donald Trump's. His content will get better if Donald Trump wins. I don't know what he really cares about. I don't know who he really supports, but I think his allegiance is definitely to Donald Trump, and everything about this panel, from the way he started it out to the people that he brought on to the kind of imbalanced 3 versus 2 scenario that he's got here is in service of his daddy Trump, because Trump likes him and Trump calls him on the phone and Trump is his famous friend. So he's got this celebrity that he's friends with, and he's going to do him a solid, or at least he thinks he's going to do him a solid. We'll see where it goes.
1933. I have to read this, Emily. Hold on one second, guys. I actually want to read this because Emily's right.
He's really got something. He's really onto something. And this makes me wonder, right? What kind of coordination was there before the show? Piers starts off talking about Kamala, saying joy over and over again, right? Emily then jumps onto it. You know who else said joy? It was Hitler. And then this Vinny guy, he's got some kind of a document that he's reading off of that's like, in 1933, Hitler said, joy is good. I like joy. Just like Kamala Harris.
They ripped a Nazi. Hold on, Cenk. I didn't interrupt you. The Nazi labor campaign of 1933.
Stop it with the fucking flashing hate symbols at us.
And talking bad about, I don't know Anthony, I know Cenk, and I respect Cenk. We disagree politically, but let's talk about the actual State of the Union right now, Piers.
I love that his proof that that Kamala is a Nazi is that he's got a swastika on his phone. What?
I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, but an American Jewish hostage was murdered by Hamas. That just happened a couple of days.
Okay, I'm sorry, but yeah, Cenk is journalist or whatever the hell you call TYT. Piers, same thing. Yeah, there's 3 journalists and Scaramucci, right? Who's a political pundit? Yeah, they fucking know. They fucking know.
And also, the Hell's Angels are en route.
Oh my God, Chad! I was gonna save this for tomorrow. He's getting into it.
Right now to Aurora, Colorado, to stop a Venezuelan brutal gang. And
Terror 000 said Hitler supported strength. His whole thing was a struggle is a law of his whole eugenics kind of social Darwinistic thing. Irene is trying to edge you. Well, if I edge you enough, we might actually hit the sub goal.
The gang is called Tren Aragua because they've taken
Tren de Aragua. Yeah, that is the name of a Venezuelan gang. However, this story out of Colorado is at the same time more than it seems and less than it seems.
Taking over apartment complexes. They're sex trafficking women. They're doing drugs. The FBI's not doing nothing. The mayor's not doing nothing.
Do you believe this, chat? Do you believe this?
The governor's not doing anything. Why is all this happening? You know why? Because Joe Biden.
Because of Kamala's joy?
Is on vacation. He's still on vacation.
Oh, I see. That Joe Biden will save us. Yeah, clearly. Look, if you've got an apartment complex in Colorado, right? And you've got an issue where there's gangs, doing mayhem around this place, right? What you need is Dark Brandon to come in there with his sunglasses, take off the glasses, Homelander style, and melt people's faces with the laser beams out of his freaking eyes. That's what you need the president. That is the president's job, right? But look at what he's saying. The police aren't doing anything. The FBI's not doing anything. That's right. They're just not doing anything. They're just letting their crime happen. Sure, that's what's going on.
40% of his administration. Kamala Harris is in a just going around with herself with her.
I do have to ask though, what about the reports? KJ Aubrey says of increase in SA by immigrants. What about the studies that show that that immigrants lower our crime rate because they commit crimes at a lower rate than citizens. And why, you might ask, is that the case, right? For somebody that's in this country on undocumented status, right? So in other words, a precarious kind of situation, right? Would it make sense for such a person to gain the attention of law enforcement by committing crimes? Or might it make more sense considering that they've gone out of their fucking way to immigrate, despite the fact that the United States does not have a path for immigration, despite the fact that the United States makes it hard as fuck, but they find a way to, immigrate and get a job under the table from one of these companies that's willing to exploit them. And you think they're going to go and start committing crimes? That doesn't make sense. Think about it. Come on. Stop just letting Trump turn people into like demons in your brain. Stop letting Trump distract you. He's saying immigrants are the problem. I say he's the problem. I say that this is a man who you can see in his life, everything that he touches turns to shit. He has had multiple bankruptcies. And why is that? Because he's a rich boy born with a silver spoon up his ass. All right. And every single time he went fucking belly up, whether it be in real estate, whether it be in casinos. How do you fucking lose money at casinos? Ask Donald Trump, because he knows. He knows how to do that very well, apparently, right? His daddy fucking bailed his ass out, came in famously with a briefcase full of money, took that briefcase, traded his money for chips, and then put the chips in the briefcase and walked off. You know why he walked off? Because those chips are only good in the casino. You can gamble with those chips, right? You can't do much with those chips outside of the casino. Because Donald Trump's daddy was bailing his loser ass out. And now he's touched our country. Thanks to reality show fans that think that a man standing in a boardroom and firing people, contestants on a reality show, shows good managerial skills, shows that he's a great businessman, shows that he's well-versed in the art of the deal. And he's so rich, he's so good at making money. Maybe if we elect him president, we'll all have lots of money too, because that's how that works, chat. You give rich people what they want, and they make it rain. It's trickle-down economics, baby. No, it is fucking brain rot. All right? And I am done dealing with the effects of about half of this country's brain rot in thinking that a fucking narcissistic reality show host can be a good president. Oh, just give him a chance. What's the worst that could happen? All of our politicians are so bad already. They're already really corrupt. It's not like he's going to make the place more corrupt. Or is it? Or is it? Might he name his son-in-law to be a diplomat despite the fact that the man has no experience? Yeah, I'm sick. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. And I think America's done with it too. There is a majority emerging. I will say a silent majority, but I will say a quiet majority, right? Because they're not out there making noise. They're not out there wearing red hats. They're not out there screaming about stolen elections or anything like that. But they are there, and they are a majority. And they are done with this era of politics that started in 2016 when Hillary Clinton, famously uncharismatic, historically weak candidate Hillary Clinton, managed to lose an election to a literal clown that started us down this pathway, and everything has been shit since. And I, like a lot of other people in this country, am done with your bullshit, MAGA. We're done. We're canceling it. The next season of the Apprentice, it's canceled. We don't want it anymore. We're done with it. It's over. Give it up.
Her support human being. Who's actually running the country right now?
He's talking about Tim Walz.
Kamala Harris is in a just going around with her support human being. Who's actually running the country right now? Everybody's worried about the future and Trump, and he's such a threat to democracy. Why did he do all that stuff in the 4 years that he was here? I'm genuinely curious. All this threat and all these problems. Name one thing.
Wait. What did he do in the 4 years that he was here? Do you remember? Did he build the wall? Nope. He didn't build the wall. He requisitioned a bunch of money from the military, and he built some wall, and that shit is falling down right now. So yeah, which is, if you know Trump's products, you understand, right? He's tried to make money. He's currently trying to make money off of MAGA fans with what he's got, like a Bible that he's selling. He's got NFT cards that he's still selling NFT cards. He's ripping off his fucking base because the dude needs money. He's out there selling NFT cards and shit, right? He's had Trump vodka. The common thread with every single one of his products is that they sucked. And his wall sucked, right? His wall didn't stay up. The one thing that a wall's supposed to do is stand up and hermetically seal a border, supposedly. I mean, that's what Republicans think, at least, right? That's why you said build the wall. But the wall, the little bit of the wall that did get built by Trump, it fell. It's in disrepair. It's bad. It didn't work out. So he didn't build a wall. All right, what else did he do? Repeal and replace Obamacare. Nope. Didn't do that either. Luckily, right? What else did he do? What did he do during his, can anybody like name me something? Oh yeah. I remember hearing about this Infrastructure Week. Remember Infrastructure Week, chat? Trump was going to have Infrastructure Week, but then it wasn't Infrastructure Week. So then they were like, next week is going to be Infrastructure Week. And then the week after that is going to be Infrastructure Week. But did he ever do Infrastructure Week, or did he not do it? That's right. He didn't do Infrastructure Week. What did he do? You can't find a single goddamn thing that Trump got passed other than tax cuts for the wealthy. And I think that these are tax cuts that he is... Has he been talking about these again? Let's take a look.
Because you're all people that have a lot of money. I know 20 of you, and you're rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts. We're going to pay off our debt. We're going to do all of...
But you know what he didn't do during the last time? Pay off the debt. He actually ran up a huge deficit. As do all Republican presidents. You know why they do that? Because it gives them a chance to say, oh my God, that deficit is out of control. You know what we needed to do? We need to fuck over poor people. Food stamps, let's cut it. You know, college aid, let's cut it. Like, right? Anything that's benefiting somebody that's not fucking wealthy, let's fucking cut it. Let's fucking cut it, right? They love to do that shit. They love to run up deficits so that they can cut things.
the things that we have because you're all...
All right, so anyway, that's do we need to watch this again? I feel like we do.
The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness, just like you.
The good old Trump administration, do you remember? Do you remember this shit? Do you remember these people like suing every state that they could to try to get the election overturned and then showing up to court and farting? This is Trump. It's a shit show. And if you supported this in any way, you should be embarrassed.
Thing that was, oh my God, a threat to democracy. What was it? And what is Kamala going to do? I want Anthony and Cenk to tell me what's one thing.
She's too young for Ren and Stimpy. When was Ren and Stimpy?
What's one thing? Hold on. What's one thing Kamala people are going to vote for Kamala for? Anthony, just random. What are you going to vote for Kamala Harris for?
Okay, look, Vinny, you've asked lots of questions there. I would say clearly what happened personally on January the 6th was an attack on democracy. You know, when a very large mob of people attacked the Capitol, and start calling for lawmakers to be hung because they're trying to reverse an election decision. That's
Did they also sue Plasma?
democracy. You can spin it any way you like, but it is. But Anthony, let me ask Anthony.
Yeah, when did Ren and Stimpy happen? Ren and Stimpy came out in the late 90s on Nickelodeon. I remember seeing the shirts.
The second
Ren and Stimpy transcends time.
part of that, because I'm sure he would say the same. Very interesting question Vinny raised there. Who is running the United States? You know,
Who's the guy in the Angry Patriot shirt? Good question. This is Vinny Oshana. This is our guy, right? This is the man of the hour. This is why we're watching this, right? This is the guy that was on, oh my god.
What was interesting about last night, actually?
He was on this panel before. He got into it with Hassan, and his face turned red. See if we can get some of this.
Fall of the Democratic Party and potentially lose a pretty easy to win election against Donald Trump at this point. And we were absolutely right, and it was shocking that so many in the media who are now writing those articles that you're talking about were acting as though Biden was actually a dynamo behind the scenes. There was literally an article I remember from an excerpt from a Jill Stein book about how in order to soft ballot races where you have Democratic blue wall that's obvious, the Democratic Party and how they're responding ballot race for an hour and 30 minutes. Ballot race.
Where the fuck is this?
Did you see anything last night that would allow you to construct an argument?
Pretty easy to win election.
Oh my god. I don't know why this is so hard to find now. Carrie Lake, we don't care about her. Hiker, Piers asks Hassan if Biden should continue in office. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Twitch streaming is a job. And I want the audience to know, this guy, Hassan, has said in the past that America deserved 9/11. So don't even talk. Don't even open your mouth. Don't even open your mouth. You don't have no reason to talk.
Vinny,
just shut up.
I'm a big
just
fan
do me a
of
favor
you.
and shut up.
I'm
respectfully.
a big fan of you. And,
okay, but hold on.
I'm a big fan of you, so I don't want you to die. I feel like your heart pressure is going up. You're turning. You're turning red, Vinny.
Somebody like you.
So yeah, that's Vinny. That's Vinny. He's from the PBD podcast, the Patrick Bet David podcast, and I guess he's just kind of known for losing it. That's what he does. I recall Ren and Stimpy in the early 90s, not the late 90s. And case in point, the video games were on the Sega Genesis and SNES, and I grew up in the 80s and 90s.
Kamala Harris effectively sailed through as the nominee. It was clearly a party machinery operation to get her the nomination as fast as possible.
He's still sore about this. He's still sore. This is the problem with you taking a vacation, Pierce, is you're stuck in the past.
Would it not have been better for America if the Vice President of the United States, in that situation, who's now the official nominee, actually replaced...
Yo, Narwhal by Nature with the $10 super sticker. It is a hippo experiencing great G-forces, possibly, in a gaming chair. I think that's what happens when you game too hard. But thank you for the super sticker. And thanks for letting me know, Moinope. I don't know why our alerts aren't going off. But yeah, chat, if you want to interrupt me, you can do so for $5 or more with a super chat. All you got to do is hit that super chat, type in your TTS, and yeah, a sassy British voice will read out your words, as long as they're appropriate. Obviously, we've got filters that keep you from saying anything inappropriate, even if you do spend $5 or more. But yeah, $2, less than $5, I'll read those at the end of the segment. But if it's anything $5 or more, it'll literally interrupt me. So if that's what you want, that's how you do it. But thank you, Narwhal by Nature, for that super sticker.
Joe Biden as president of the United States. It's very, very odd.
Is this the mainstream or is this Twitch? This is the short stream.
As a non-American who loves the country, has a home there, I was there for several weeks in August, to see endless pictures of Joe Biden on the beach and Kamala Harris meeting world leaders, it's very odd. It's strange. It doesn't seem to make any sense. Do you think it's right and proper what we're seeing now?
Well, listen, what I think is right and proper is actually never going to happen. I have to deal with the world the way it is.
But what do you think is right and proper?
But
that implies you agree with me.
To answer Vinny's issue, okay, I don't like seeing what's happening in Aurora, Colorado, but I saw Donald Trump in the Situation Room, and I understand the mechanisms of his personality and the impetuosity and the lack of curiosity and no executive management skills. And to what Cenk is saying, I would take a more garden variety politician who will follow the rules-based society. I don't want somebody that's currying favor with dictators. I don't want somebody that's going to roll back NATO.
And that is kind of wild, right? That it's a very NATO-pilled of him to say that. Like, I want somebody who's going to obey the rules-based order. I think what he's getting at is the fact that Trump, when he meets a dictator, he falls in love. He wants to be them, right? Anybody that is leading a country in an authoritarian way, Trump seems to have great respect for. And so I think that's what he's saying. Now, the rules-based order is like something that gets thrown around in diplomacy and in the UN and in like international relations. And basically what that is a set of rules that applies to everyone except for the United States and the allies of the United States, right? And it's about, like, you know, not invading other countries. Of course, if it's the US, you can do that. If you're an ally of the US, you can do that. But if you are, you know, outside of that whole thing, you know, that's bad. Not to say that the, you know, people that Donald Trump admires, the dictators, the Putins, the Kim Uns, etc., are not, you know, bad people, but the United States has a little bit of a problem seeing its own violations of the rules-based order, let's just say.
I don't want somebody that's going to let Vladimir Putin walk into the Ukraine. So that's me. That's what makes America.
But yeah, that's a pretty low standard, right? That's a pretty low standard. Again, remember, chat, when Trump was in charge, he cut military aid to Ukraine, you know, prior to the invasion, and then was going to give it back conditional on the Ukrainian officials helping him find dirt on Joe Biden. He literally withheld foreign aid as leverage to try to get Ukraine to do what he wanted.
You on that.
That actually doesn't answer Vinny's question.
Emily, I'll come to you. But actually, hang on. Just on that point, Anthony, all I would say is this. Yeah. Trump didn't go into war with anyone in his 4 years, whatever you think of him. Putin didn't invade Ukraine.
I am so sick of hearing this shit. Trump continued the Afghanistan war, the occupation of Afghanistan, a forever war. If you're a person that says Trump is a candidate for peace, no, he's not. Trump continued a forever war. Trump droned people. Trump attacked officials in other militaries. Trump basically conducted acts of war on other nations that were kind of lucky not to be in war with. Furthermore, Trump killed the nuclear deal with Iran, which kept Iran from processing spent nuclear fuel into weapons. Right? Trump, you know, broke that agreement apart.
Or anywhere else.
And also, lest I forget, Trump is responsible for October 7th. That is the handiwork of Trump's son-in-law, Trump's failed son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who he sent to do negotiations, despite the fact that the guy had no background in diplomacy. So instead of sending a diplomat to do, you know, the talks, he sends in Jared, and Jared has the genius idea of, like, let's cut the Palestinians out of the negotiations. Like, right, let's just make it bilateral between Israel and other countries in the Middle East, right? Which is a great way to empower the kind of shit that went on October 7th.
On Trump's watch.
Okay.
Those
I don't want to stop you because it's your show.
Those things, they're just facts. And when it comes to rolling back NATO, I watched and listened very carefully, given that my country is part of NATO, to what Trump actually said. He wanted other member countries of NATO to pay their due. He was sick and tired of America having to pay the vast majority of the costs of NATO
Piers,
and other countries not paying their due. And by the way, hang on.
Okay.
By the way, on that, he was 100% right. And many of those countries he castigated are now paying significantly more towards the cost of NATO as a result of what Trump did. So on those 2 points, I'm not so sure that you're on good ground.
Well, I think you got to give me a chance to respond, because this is what Trump does. He says two contrary things at the same time.
So this is what I'm talking about with Scaramucci.
Detractors hold on to one thing. His people that love him hold on to another thing. His advocates. And so he made it very clear to John Bolton. He made it very clear to General Kelly, Jim Mattis, Rex Tillerson that he wanted out of NATO. He made it very clear. He slowed down the arms shipments to the Ukraine. In 1994, we cut a deal with them.
So the part that he's not saying is that he actually used the arms as leverage, right? He was trying to get Ukraine to find dirt on Biden for him.
The 6th largest nuclear arsenal in the world. We got the nukes back in exchange for...
And that is the perfect phone call that Trump always brags about, right? It's the phone call where he's asking a Ukrainian official to find dirt on Biden.
Security guarantees. He slowed down the arms shipments. There's irrefutable fact to that, a result of which gave Vladimir Putin an open...
Did they move the holy city or something like that? Cindy Prem, you're thinking of the they moved the embassy to Jerusalem, which is regarded as a holy city by a lot of faiths. But yeah, this was also a provocative move that probably kind of spurred what we're seeing now in terms of the conflict, right?
In the Ukraine. Moreover, he moved the embassy. The State Department asked him not to move the embassy in Jerusalem.
Oh, there we go.
He moved the embassy in Jerusalem. And you can't tell me that didn't lead to more funding for Hamas, because we know from our intelligence agencies that it did. So we can pretend that he didn't start any wars, but he doesn't understand the...
Not just the funding, but like, look, when you cut Palestinians out of their own negotiations, right? You make a resistance group, a violent resistance group, more popular, right? People see that there's no way forward with negotiations, which is what, if you want peace in the fucking Middle East, that's what you should want to happen. But you're disincentivizing negotiations because you're showing that, yeah, Palestine, you're just going to get cut out of negotiations, right? You're just going to get cut the fuck out of negotiations. And yeah, that makes, and then, moves like, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, right? Like, all of this makes it more likely that a group like Hamas is going to get not just more funding, like Scaramucci is correctly pointing out, but also more support. And right now, Hamas is getting support within the West Bank, as the West Bank is being considered a freaking kill zone, a freaking battle zone.
Nature of the world. The State Department told him, don't go to North Korea. The guy's never given up his nukes. He said, no, I'm Donald Trump, the supreme narcissist. I'm going to North Korea. He's going to give up his nukes. Did he give up his nukes, Piers? This is insanity that we're talking about a guy that is this intellectually bereft running the country.
Trump tried to cut out the Dems too.
You gotta.
But let me ask you, okay. But before I go to Emily to respond to that, hang on. Before I go to Emily,
wants that
Anthony,
he's been very honest about it.
Who
to
do you
his staff.
think? Okay, but his
Rildren saying no, there was a statement regarding something correlating Trump with the current war in Europe. So the Ukraine war you're talking about. Again, chat, if you want to get, I've got a lot of chat coming at me right now, so if you want to get your question read for sure, you can do it for $5 or more with a super chat and get TTS, get a sassy British voice to read out your question to me. The source on the statement before the Middle East about Trump and you got to be more specific. Did that question get answered somehow? I see TY. So maybe
Got a tough question for you before I go to Emily to respond. If you're Vladimir Putin or you're Kim Jong-un or you're President Xi, who are you going to be more or less intimidated by? Donald Trump?
No worries, Rildren.
Or Kamala Harris?
Trump.
I'm so pissed at that question. You are in the mode of a type of politics called strongman, right? Which when you talk about a banana republic and you've seen, leaders of countries that wear like full military uniform and shit like that, that's what that shit is. That's what you're inviting, right? We need a president who will intimidate other countries, right? And that's more important to a fucking donkey like Piers Morgan than the respect of other countries, which Trump does not have. Trump gets clowned on. Trump gets ridiculed. Trump gets laughed at, right? Trump is a joke. And the United States is a joke for having picked Trump as president. The rest of the world is just like, what the fuck, bro? Seriously? This guy? I gotta talk to this fucking joker? This guy? This is your president? Holy fucking shit. But you're like, no, but they're really afraid of him. Yeah, in the same way as you're afraid that, like, a fucking madman with a nuclear football is gonna maybe blow up the world. It's not you're afraid of his intellect. It's not that you're afraid of his aptitude. It's not that you're afraid of his diplomatic skill. It's you're afraid that he's fucking unhinged and he's got too much power. That's the only kind of fear that Trump inspires.
There's no question Kamala Harris. It's not even close because he wants to be them. He praises them. He solicits them.
He wants to do strongman politics, and jackasses like Piers Morgan are sitting here enabling that shit.
He tells Putin from a microphone like this.
Can you imagine that? Trump with a full set of medals, right? Trump starts wearing a military uniform, and he awards himself medals. He's got the generals have 5 stars, 6 stars or whatever, and he's got 12 stars. He's like, yes, I'm the most important person. I'm the commander-in-chief.
Go ahead and invade the countries that are not spending 2% on NATO. You heard him say that. It's not.
See, yeah. So now look. The United States should spend less on military and should spend more on a social safety net. Should spend more on its citizens, right? That's what a lot of countries in Europe, particularly Scandinavia, which have traditionally done. And there is a certain degree of free ridership, I guess, in NATO in terms of that there's a thought that the United States has got this. Not so much anymore though. That's not how things are right now, right? People since the invasion of Ukraine, people think about that very differently, and a lot of nations are spending more money. But yeah, the United States should be able to take more of its money and spend it on people rather than bombs, and that much is true. But yeah, like Scaramucci is saying, Trump's not just saying you need to get your military spending up and you need to be pulling your weight in the the agreement's supposed to be 2% or more of the GDP towards military. Trump is saying anybody that doesn't abide by this, Putin, go ahead and get them. Trump is implying not honoring, what is it, NATO article, is it Article 5? Article 5, right? Yeah. Trump is implying that in a situation, so NATO is a mutual defense pact. And that means that a attack on one country is an attack on all countries. And if a NATO country gets attacked, every country, especially the United States, who's kind of the center of NATO, is supposed to have their back, right? And what Trump is saying is not if you don't spend 2% on your. And the thing about the whole NATO alliance, and we are getting into U.S. foreign policy, which I do not, got to tell you, entirely endorse, right? Like I said before, There's a lot of hypocrisy in terms of what the United States will allow itself or its allies to do versus what the United States will permit other parties to do. So there's some hypocrisy there. And in terms of the NATO pact, right, this is securing United States global hegemony. This is securing United States foreign policy. The United States doesn't just like sign a treaty saying mutual defense because they want for Belgium to come to their aid, or Luxembourg. I don't even know who's in NATO. I might be naming countries that aren't actually part of NATO, but like, whatever random small country in NATO, it's not because the United States needs them to have the US's back. It's because the United States needs a predicate to go to war if there is some sort of, specifically this was about the USSR when NATO was started, potentially attacking allied countries and but like essentially the United States got an interest in defending these nations, right? It's not just for their own good, or it's not because the United States needs that mutual. There are big military partners in NATO, such as Turkey, such as Germany, such as France, such as England, have substantial militaries, but a lot of the, nations don't. And the reason that the United States is in this pact is because it's in the U.S. geostrategic interest to defend those nations should they come under attack, right? It's more for the United States, in other words, than it is for these other nations. So it's not even Trump fucking over some country in NATO that's not pulling its weight as far as military spending. It's more about Trump empowering the people that would want to attack those nations, that being Russia.
I knew what he meant. What he meant was if the member countries of NATO don't pay their dues, it is...
It's so wild that you say, I know what he meant. That's like me saying, I know what Obama meant when he said hope and change. He meant that we were going to have single-payer health care. He meant that we were going to get control over the big banks and make a rule that stands ironclad that says, too big to fail, too big to exist, right? I could have told you, the younger version of me would have told you what Obama meant when he said hope and change. But in the truth of the matter, he didn't mean those things. He didn't want to do those things. He had no interest in those things. I read that shit into what he said because it's what I wanted to see. And you are reading into what Trump says, what you want to see, that enables you to continue to be friends with this man, as Piers is, apparently, gets phone calls from Trump and stuff like that, to be friends with him. And I would say to support him on your show. I would say that that's what you're doing on your show. If you don't have that, if you don't have the ability to believe that this is not like a shakedown, that this is not like this is not a promise that Trump will let Putin do whatever he wants to a country that's not holding that 2% of GDP, pay rate on defense, then you're wish casting. You are imagining what he means. You are reading stuff into it. He didn't say that, Piers. He didn't say that, right? What makes you think that your interpretation, which is reading a lot into words that are not fucking there. These are not words that Trump said. These are words that you're assuming. Oh, well, certainly he couldn't mean that. He couldn't mean that he'd allow a country to come to harm just because they weren't paying their 2% of GDP towards military. No, never.
More likely that people like Putin will take advantage. That's what he meant. You know that.
You're reading so much into that. Yeah, that's what he meant. That's what he meant, Piers.
2016 analysis, Piers. Your analysis is a 2016 analysis. He dupes people. He says two things at the...
Okay, chat, I gotta apologize because it seems like our alerts, they're just not working right now. Izzy Sanchez with the gift memberships to Lauren Evans. Lauren Evans, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. You just got weasels. And Benabel, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Yeah, you know what's weird, though, is I am getting the alerts for the member, for people subbing, right? I'm getting that communist invading radicals thing happening, but for some reason it's not doing it when people are donating memberships or super stickers or super chats, which is the way that we get to the dono goal tonight. If we do actually get to that, which we may actually, I don't know, what do we got here? 32% is where we're at, thanks to Izzy Sanchez. Thank you very much, Izzy Sanchez. And I'm sure that Lauren Evans and Benabel, thank you as well. And again, sorry, chat, about the alerts not going out. But yeah, if you can, though, when you donate, let me know which of these topics that's in the poll on the full screen stream. Let me know which of these topics you want to see next. Right now, Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic. That's winning at 44%. Demon Mama responds to Tyler. That's Westside Tyler about the accusations. Demon Mama is going to possibly... Oh my gosh, chat, I no way prepared to hit the soundboard, am I? Yeah, Demon Mama is prepared to possibly tonight.
Talk about the allegations!
She's going to talk about the allegations, or she's going to dodge the allegations. Your guess is as good as mine. Right, but that's at 22%. Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman, the YouTube algorithm as it is now. Like what happens when you just start a new account and let it autoplay, right? How long until you get to right-wing content, right? That's at 19%. And chat chooses violence at only 14% because people are sick of President Sunday. People are done with that guy. And I'm kind of done with him too. He's a joker. He's not a serious man. Not a serious man at all. But yeah, thank you, Izzy Sanchez, for contributing to the donor goal. We are now almost 30. We're almost a third of the way there. We're, what, 68% from getting to the donor goal. If we hit that donor goal, we get extra content. What content? The content that you're voting for right now. Hopefully, if you're voting in the full-scale stream. If not, you can go check it out and cast your vote. You can also, when you donate, let me know which of these topics you want to see next. And I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is, whether it be super chat, super sticker, membership, gifted membership, sub on Twitch, a Twitch Prime sub, that's a thing, or a gifted sub, or gifted bits. Any of those kind of things get us closer to the donor goal, and they also get you what you want potentially in terms of the... In fact, I feel like I've got a lot of people that have donated and have not. Have you guys seen Communists Invading Radicals today? I mean, wait, is that a joke? Have you heard Communists Invading Radicals? Yeah, it has gone on a few times. It's just that the other alerts are not, and I'm not sure why. But again, chat, if you do donate, and especially if I don't see it, let me know, because apparently I'm not seeing all of those for whatever reason.
Same time that are quite contradictory.
All right, let me bring it.
Meerkat content? I mean, that sounds lovely.
Both sides.
Let me bring in
Then
Emily.
he denounces the Nazis. Come
Emily,
on.
you were holding your face in.
Two things.
Take advantage. That's what he meant. You know that.
It's
I know
a 2016 analysis, Piers. Your analysis is a 2016 analysis. He dupes people. He says two things at the same time that are quite contradictory.
All right, let me bring
very
it. Let me
fine
bring it.
people
All
on
right.
both sides.
Let me bring in Emily.
Then he denounces the Nazis. Come
Emily,
on.
you were holding your face in utter
I know
horror.
the playbook, Piers. I've been around it for a decade.
Okay, I saw Emily hold her head in horror as you said that the world's dictators will be more intimidated by Kamala Harris.
No question, because she's going to be with NATO.
Donald Trump has the spinal cord and the international respect that Biden in a million years can never achieve. Donald Trump had every world leader afraid of him.
They
He
laugh
just
at
said,
him,
Anthony,
Emily.
that Donald Trump should not, excuse me, let me speak. You just said Donald Trump should not.
Look, having world leaders be afraid of you for being unstable is different than having world leaders respect you and not try to take advantage of you. What makes you think that people would not try to take advantage of Donald Trump? It's very easy to do. Apparently, all you got to do is say good things about the guy. All you got to do is fillet his fucking ego. And you can pretty much get what you want from him. He will say nice things about you too. If you're Kim Jong-un, if you're Vladimir Putin, right? That's all you got to do. And it doesn't matter how fucking autocratic you are, because that is goals for him. He wishes he was the strongman dictator that you are, right? Donald Trump is so fucking easy to manipulate. Why would anybody be scared of him?
Have gone to North Korea.
Other than just being afraid that he's gonna do something rash.
If this man has international respect and can go build bridges overseas, he has every single right.
That's international respect to you? Do you not understand that North Korea, for all, and you can talk about, and you should talk about like the history of Korea and, how the United States screwed that situation up so bad. But yeah, the fucking, dynastic kingdom of North Korea is not a globally respected political entity. Let me just put it that way. That's me putting it as nicely as I can, right? They are not, that is not respect. That is a pariah state, all right? And Lord knows what kind of shit that Donald Trump said to again, like if you're looking for like one world leader that's probably as like unstable as Donald Trump, it might be Kim Jong.
And a duty as our leader to do so. Let me tell you something about Donald Trump. Like him or not, he is feared. And that is what we need when the world has gone mad and you have Putin.
Are you literally Machiavelliing your shit here? It is better than to be feared than loved? Really?
Invading Ukraine, and you have Hamas.
You don't know shit about diplomacy, lady. Like, for a fucking journalist, you're a joke.
Hamas is attacking Israel and kidnapping.
Oh, I'm sorry, Fox News. I said journalist. That's
7 Americans that Biden failed, including, like Vinny just said, Hirsch Goldberg, Poland being.
Biden failed? I mean, yeah, in a way, but you're not even realizing what that way is, right? The 7 hostages that she's talking about that were found dead recently in Gaza, their names were on a list of prisoners to be exchanged. Had Netanyahu agreed to a more than reasonable ceasefire offer, right? But instead he blew up the fucking deal and he didn't want it. That's what people are complaining about in Israel right now. That's what people are protesting about. They're protesting because there's like 7 people, I think it's 6, that were prisoners that could be alive today. They could be, back in the hands of their loved ones, but instead they're dead because Netanyahu refused to fucking budge, did not want to actually negotiate. Came into the negotiation trying to, finagle the offer so that it's unacceptable for not just Hamas, right? Who would have to sign on, but we're talking about Egypt and Qatar, other nations that are party to these talks, right? He put in things that Egypt wouldn't take. Egypt doesn't want Israeli troops on its borders. That's what Netanyahu was arguing for. That was his bottom fucking line. That was the bottom line for negotiation. Yeah, these people could be alive right now, and they could be back in the hands of their loved ones. And you're gonna try to, look, if you're gonna blame Biden for that.
Super chatted $5. Since I am not gonna be up for too late since I have work in the morning, I will vote for Fallout New Vegas.
Voting for Fallout New Vegas. Thank you, Izzy Sanchez. Or Izzy Sanchez as the, I don't know. I feel like I say sassy British voice, but that sounds like a French accent, doesn't it? That gets us to 37%. And then Omega Star with the gift sub on Twitch to Rosie Wosi. I hope I'm reading your name correctly or pronouncing it. Sometimes I do tend to get people's names wrong. Feel free to let me know if that is the case. But I've got to press a button for you, don't I? Rosie Wosi, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. You just got weaseled. And the dono goal goes up to 43%. Wait. Okay, so that 5%. Oh, God, 43%. I just put it back to 6%. 43%. There we go. And Fallout New Vegas is getting 5 more. That's 139. And Omega Star chooses violins. Violins are chosen. There's 6 there. I feel like there's a few of your donos that I haven't gotten. Feel free to let me know if you've donated and I haven't added your donation to one of these things. Because, yeah, when you donate, you can let me know either in the super chat itself or afterwards. In the case of other kind of donations, let me know where you want, which of these topics that's in the poll on the full screen chat, which of these topics you want to see next as bonus content. And you will actually increase the polling number of that item. You will actually potentially help your favorite choice, your favorite topic win that way. Now you have wiggly weasels. Yes, you do.
murdered with Hamas posting a video. And what is Biden's response? Netanyahu didn't do enough. Biden's only response should have been Hamas.
I mean, look, Biden didn't do enough to pressure Netanyahu. All right. They're both responsible. But I don't know what she's thinking. That if Biden had said, yeah, Netanyahu, just go and fucking murder people. Just murder everybody. That they would have somehow got those hostages back? No. That is how you get 0 hostages back, right? That is essentially saying that you choose vengeance. You want to escalate the conflict, potentially with Iran, right? And you're okay with seeing all those hostages killed. That's what Netanyahu said, and I would say that Biden is responsible for that, but in the sense not that he wasn't permissive enough of Netanyahu, but he's way too permissive, right? Biden's actually got leverage. Biden is supplying Netanyahu weapons, and if those weapons were to be conditioned on some sort of ceasefire, you would see a ceasefire signed.
Will pay the price. Biden should have been more present, not on a beach using Hirsch's poor parents.
Okay, I am so sorry, but every president goes on vacation in the summer. I have never, during my lifetime, seen a president not go on vacation. Be like, you know what? There's important things going on, and I'm going to stay at my desk. I'm going to stay at the Resolute desk. I'm going to do my job. No, that doesn't fucking happen. Look at Trump. He was on the golf course like every single day. How much did Trump golf?
Political tools at the DNC pretending he cares about the American hostages.
The 2 memberships that Izzy gifted, those go to Fallout New Vegas too? I gotcha. Thank you, Moinope. Maybe just stuff has gone into the Fallout kitty today, and that's why I feel like I haven't assigned as many. But yeah, the only thing that's getting boosted besides Fallout is chat chooses violence. And again, it's going to be an uphill battle to get anything other than Fallout today, just because of how high the Fallout meter is.
Not relaxing in
Can I
Delaware.
respond to this,
They
or
should have been more pressure on Iran to put pressure on the proxy.
Yeah, Ophelia's thinking what I'm thinking. How many times was Trump playing golf during major events? Let's just look up at how many days did Trump play golf. How many days did Trump play golf while president? Okay. Trump visited a Trump Organization property on 428, nearly 1 in 3 of his 1,461 days in presidency. Estimated to have played 261 rounds of golf, 1 every 5.6 days. So there's a lot of golf. And this is a guy that complained about Obama playing golf too often. This is a guy that said that Obama played golf too much. President Donald Trump has spent 307 days, almost a full year, golfing during his presidency. A year, 1/4, or nearly 1/4, right, of Donald Trump's presidency was spent fucking golfing. During the same period, Barack Obama played 105 rounds of golf.
More negotiations with Qatar. Instead, he's this weak leader. But you know what? I want to pause for a moment. I'm blaming Joe Biden. I actually want to criticize the puppeteers that are controlling him, because I genuinely believe he has one foot in the grave. And that actually goes to a bigger problem, which is the entire Democratic Party. We don't know who's in charge. It is not Joe Biden, and it is surely as hell not Kamala Harris. So it goes back to Pierce's question, who is running the show, and how come we as the American people are not so outraged that this weakness is causing mass chaos, not just here, but all around the world? America is next. The West is the target. The Middle East is laughing at us right now because we have no leadership. Donald Trump would never let that happen.
Okay,
People respected him.
Oh my God, chat.
I don't care if you like him.
I didn't even look at this, right? But like the last year of his presidency, he actually did the least number of days playing golf at 47. That was during COVID. So yeah,
Let me bring in Cenk, who's been waiting with unusual patience, it has to be said. I put it down to you must have had a summer break of some description that's calmed you a little bit. But be honest with me, Cenk. If I, do you really believe that when it comes to standing up to world leaders like Kim Jong-un, like Putin, like Xi and others, do you really believe that Kamala Harris is somebody that will exude an air on behalf of the United States that will be more intimidating to those guys than Trump would?
It's not even close, absolutely, and I'll tell you why. You guys are looking at it, it's like all of this foreign policy's emotional vibes in the room. And Kamala Harris walks in and are they like, oh my God, I'm intimidated, or oh, it's no big deal. And Trump walks in, they're like, oh my God, I fear him. No, it's about...
Ophelia says, really, they really are unaware of how the whole we have to be strong and feared shtick just makes them look insecure and scared of everything, yeah.
What you're willing to do, your actions, your policies, etc. So what does Kamala Harris have? Kamala Harris has the might of the administrative state and the U.S. military behind her, and they know she's stable and she represents the general American establishment. Now, a lot of people might say, hey, I don't love the establishment, etc., but it is a fearsome entity. And everybody knows that a normal...
Yeah, the whole thing is that the United States military-industrial complex, the United States is a machine, and that machine is bent on world domination, and that domination has largely been achieved. It's not Kamala Harris who would scare people. It's like the larger not the large. Is it not the largest navy anymore? No, I think it is. I think it's really close with China, but I think the United States Navy is larger, and definitely it's more mobile, considering that China is hemmed in by 2 island chains. Did you know that, chat? The rival for the biggest navy with the United States, China, is actually there's 2 island chains circling around China that are either allies with or have military bases of the United States stationed on them, right? So yeah, I mean, it's a weird thing to say. It's a weird thing to say that one of the 2 superpowers during the Cold War, which is now over. So the one remaining, superpower is not feared and respected. People are like, no, we can just walk all over you. It doesn't matter. We don't have to listen to you.
The United States speaks on behalf of that entity.
If there's any degree to which the rest of the world doesn't listen to the United States, it's because the United States has lost any semblance of moral standing. It's because the United States is the biggest supporter of the South Africa of our times, that being the state of Israel, a pariah state in its own regard, right? If there's any loss of esteem by the United States, it's through United States foreign policy, which Donald Trump supports even more so than Kamala Harris. Donald Trump's prescription on Israel, let's get done with it. So yeah, let him get done with it. Let him get done with Palestine. Let him do the ethnic cleansing. That's what fucking Trump says. Now, in practice, Biden and Kamala's policy is not as much different as I'd like it to be from that, right? They'll wring their hands, they'll clutch their pearls and be like, ooh, I don't know about this. I don't know if this is in the best interest of Israel, but they keep sending arms and they keep sending arms. So again, it would be nice if there was a bigger difference between Democrats and the Republicans on this. But like I said, this is the United States fucking global military hegemon. This is how it works. It is a scary thing. It is a authoritarian thing. And so it's ridiculous that you'd be like, I don't know if people are going to be scared of Kamala. I'm sorry, I'm saying that because that's how they pronounce her name. Her name is actually pronounced Kamala.
And they fear that entity.
If you need a trick to remember it, it's comma dash law.
When Donald Trump walks in the room, they're like, oh, thank God.
It's not the largest. China has most boats, but if you look at the tonnage of the U.S. ships versus China, yeah. I mean, I knew it was close, and that the United States has overall, more naval power. But you're right, Gerald. There probably are more boats in the Chinese Navy. But like I said, that Navy is locked behind 2 island chains, not 1 island chain, right? It's not that the United States has them surrounded one time. The United States has them surrounded 2 times. So, you know, they don't have the access. The United States Navy goes wherever the fuck it wants. And the Chinese Navy is somewhat hemmed in by American allies and American military bases.
What a clown. Okay, so easy to manipulate him. Here, let's tell him we like...
I don't think Trump called for ethnic cleansing. What do you think he was saying when he said that Netanyahu should finish the job? What job is Netanyahu doing in Gaza? What do you think what do you think that he meant? I love these charitable interpretations of Donald Trump, right? These incredibly charitable interpretations of Donald Trump, whether it be from Piers Morgan's or people in chat. Y'all are incredibly charitable with this guy.
Hey, Donnie, we like you. You think, oh, I like you. I'm going to write love letters to you. So while he was literally, he said...
Okay, now, yeah, he can't help himself, can he? This is what I'm saying. Cenk is kind of a ridiculous clown in his own right. He's kind of a goofball. But he's winning this debate. And that's kind of a rare Cenk W, honestly, if I'm being real.
He was writing love letters to Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un built 6 nukes. What happened, tough guy? You let him build all those nukes. You did nothing about it because you're an idiot. This
is what I'm saying is he's eating them up today, right? And I don't usually see that happening. I usually see him getting frustrated by, you know, basic debate tactics.
Easily manipulated. You think Putin doesn't know that? They do a meeting, Trump comes out and he's like, Putin is right, not our intelligence, the U.S. sucks, Putin is right. That weak guy just cares about money. You know what he says about the Saudis? They give me $30-40 million for an apartment. Shouldn't I like them? Obviously corrupt, easily manipulated, a tiny...
That's the other thing about Trump, too, and nobody ever talks about this, right? He owns buildings in a lot of places, and people are able to, you know, like there's like a conflict of interest. There's a lot of potential conflicts of interest when it comes to Trump. There's a lot of potential ways that people that want to be on Trump's good side can slide him or his kids some money, right? That's the other level on which Trump is, you know, sort of unstable or unpredictable, right? It's or maybe too predictable, right? Because he needs money. He needs money so bad right now, right? He's taking money that was meant for the campaign and he's using it to pay off his lawyers, to pay off his legal bills, right? Trump needs money. That's why he's ripping off his fans yet again. He's selling NFTs now. He's selling Bibles. Before that, he had golden sneakers that he was selling. He's selling like all this junk, all this overpriced junk to his fans out there because he needs money. And if he needs money that bad, you know, who knows what kinds of conflicts of interest this guy has.
He's done nothing but encourage our enemies by being so weak and such an obvious narcissist. Do you know how easily I could play that guy if I'm in a room with him? You just go tweak here, tweak there, and he's discombobulated, right? And if you're not going to do it by flattery, which is the easiest thing in the world, you just get under his skin a little bit. Hey, your hair doesn't look good. Oh, what? I'm going to attack you. Come on, this guy's a fool. Look, all of you know it. All of you know it. That's why you're spending all your time about, oh, look at Kamala Harris. She's a slightly normal politician. Ooh, that's so scary.
I mean, Shane McInnes, we know what you're doing when you're saying illegals. You're trying to imply that we're talking about criminals here. And you're talking about a population that commits crime, did you know this, at a lower rate than U.S. citizens, right? So when immigrants come in, undocumented or otherwise, that's the word I think you're looking for, undocumented, right? They actually lower the United States, like, crime rate, right? By their presence, by being there. They lower the crime rate because they commit crimes less, not more. You're talking about a lot of people that are here to work and to send money back to their home, right? People in fucked up situations, many of those situations due to U.S. foreign policy. Case in point, Venezuela, which has had sanctions slapped on it thanks to Donald Trump, thanks to Trump's attempt to coup their government, which when it failed, Trump placed sanctions on them. And those sanctions have made that country immiserated. They have produced like hyperinflation in Venezuela. So yeah, people go to this country, they try to work, and they try to send money back, right? These are the people you're demonizing. People that are trying to feed their fucking family. And this is why Trump sucks. Because there's suckers out there like shit, like whatever the fuck your name is. Although there's a sucker born every single minute that's willing to more easily blame the illegal immigrant, that's going to blame the what was it? The childless cat lady. That's going to blame anybody else except for the actual person who is to blame. Because guess what? Most of your situations, the blame goes to capitalism. The blame, when you say the system is fucked, you're right. You're just not sure what system you're talking about. You don't recognize that it's the fucking mode of production. You don't recognize that we are living in an economic system that has been, that has come out of slavery, straight up slavery, into feudalism, right? And then into capitalism. And the thing that hasn't really changed from back when, the mode of production was slavery is the exploitation. Now, I wouldn't compare, what we experience under capitalism, certainly not to like chattel slavery. It's substantially different. And I would say substantially better, but it is a system of exploitation. That's how it works. That's what oils the gears. Your surplus labor, the value that you create for your employer above that which you're getting paid, because guess what? You're producing more value than you're getting paid for. That's what makes it work. That's what makes the world go. That's the money that makes the world go round. It's your money. And all these yachts that these millionaires and billionaires have, that is the labor of yourself and your ancestors. It's not the work of the rich's hand, because the rich don't do any work. You got problems, and they are serious problems. And there are no easy solutions for these problems. But they don't come from immigrants. So please stop being divided. And please stop attacking each other. And please understand that the undocumented workers sending money back to their home fucking country, that's your brother, that's your sister. That's somebody in the same situation as you. All right? The only difference is they're getting exploited a little bit harder based on, imperialism, based on the United States foreign policy, right? They got that to deal with, and capitalist exploitation. Just please try to have some compassion, because these people are not your fucking enemies. These people could be arm in arm with you, all right? If you had some solidarity and you could fight the real battle together instead of getting turned against the easy enemy, instead of getting turned against the outsider, instead of having all these invisible enemies that are supposedly destroying the country, right? It's not your country. It's a country that belongs to capital, and it will never be your country until you develop some solidarity and some courage.
Come on, Piers, you're going to ignore the fact that the other guy is totally unhinged and the easiest man in the world to manipulate?
No,
like
I think, listen,
child?
we've talked about Trump a lot. I've known, as Anthony and others, I've known Trump nearly 20 years, right? I've spoken to him many times, interviewed him 40 times. I know Trump very, very well. Good, bad, and ugly. And I think he has equal measures of all three of those things. But I think that your characterization of him is almost, it's cartoonesque.
Left and right do bad shit. I mean, Andrew Wick, with all due respect, what we're looking at is right and right. What we're looking at is two different arms of the same system of exploitation. One that's willing to throw us breadcrumbs, and yeah, those are much needed breadcrumbs. And the other one that wants to grind us into fucking dust. The other one that wants to replace us with machines and let us starve to death, right? You haven't seen left politics because left politics have been banned since the Cold War.
And in a way that plays
He
into
is a
Trump.
cartoon character.
Well, maybe, but it plays into Trump's hands when you over-demonize him. You know, when I hear the left in America just ranting away about Trump morning, noon, and night, I think you're missing, you're playing him the wrong way.
Piers, he is that bad. He is that bad. You're
Piers,
actively
I want to
covering.
meet Cenk in the
Piers,
middle.
you know what is? Hold on. One more thing. You guys, you know what you sound like? You sound like Democrats that were saying that Joe Biden is young and dynamic behind the scenes. Guys, we have eyes and ears. We can see Donald Trump.
Yeah, the biggest problem with the Democratic Party is it's too damn much like the Republican Party. And that's not by accident either. The Democratic Party has been scared of its own shadow since the 70s. And they have looked to the new world of politics with easier access for money, with easier access for lobbying, with easier access for, you know, money to interest to finance elections. And they've said, you know what we got to do? We got to be just like them, but like 1 or 2 degrees to the left, 1 or 2 degrees easier, right? Fuck over the workers just ever so slightly less. And that's what the Democrat Party has been doing, you know, since like the 70s, right? So yeah, their big failing is they're too much like the Republicans.
Trump. He's an unhinged madman. The only reason you don't think so is because you're so biased that you're like, oh, it's normal to terminate the Constitution
You're
or try to murder your vice
before I want to come to
president.
Vinny.
That's
hang on.
not normal.
Hang on. I want to come to Vinny. What I want to say once again, Cenk.
Is the Democrat Party not left enough? You're talking about a party that cast itself in the image of Ronald Reagan. Fuck yeah, it's not left enough.
You shouldn't misconstrue the fact I've known Trump a long time and say I see the good, bad, and ugly in him. You should never misconstrue this for me saying that Americans should vote for him or that I would vote.
It's neoliberal, which does not mean left, right?
From any of those things, you seem to be incapable of assessing the stuff that comes out of my.
It's pro-capital. Do you not understand this?
In an accurate way. You want to portray me as a die-hard MAGA Republican. I'm not. People in England listening to this would laugh their heads off.
Yeah, will I take like fucking half a loaf of bread compared to nothing? Oh, fuck yeah. Like, I mean, that's the sad thing is that voting does affect shit. And there are situations where they're lesser of two evils. I think the key is to not let yourself become a cheerleader, not let yourself get made into a cheerleader for the team that, you know, is slightly less bad. Because that, in the end, that's all they are. They're slightly less bad. And look, that could change, but it's not going to change by itself. It's not going to change without finding the leverage that we have as workers and utilizing that leverage to make all of our situations better instead of attacking fucking immigrants. Come on. How gullible are you? They've got you fighting each other.
I was editor of the Daily Mirror newspaper for 10 years. Huh?
Did you see your intro? It was 99% negative against Kamala Harris.
Well, no, it actually wasn't.
Every time I come on here,
exactly
your
my point.
Totally in favor of Donald Trump.
It wasn't, but you didn't listen properly because all you want to hear is Trump bashing. Let me bring in Vinny. Vinny, look, Trump has got a bit of a problem here. There's no doubt the dynamic of this race changed dramatically. I spoke to Trump the night before it changed, which was a week after he got shot. He saw me on Fox saying how it was extraordinary that he was back on stage at another rally, and we had a perfectly nice conversation. And I said to him, I reckon you've got this election sewn up now because of this assassination attempt. And he went, let me tell you, if I've learned one thing about...
Yeah, this is the kind of conversation that Piers has with Trump.
Last 3 weeks.
He is the very definition of a dick rider.
4 months is a very long time. Anything could happen. And the next day, Joe Biden quit the race, and all the momentum has been behind Kamala Harris and the Democrats ever since. And I've detected with Trump that he's really struggled to work out.
Ophelia says, after fascism, someone should write boomerism. And it's just a picture of Piers Morgan.
How to attack the new threat. What do you think?
Well, I mean, and Cenk made a good point. That establishment, the problem is the establishment and Donald Trump, and I don't care how angry, you know, how much hate Anthony has.
It's so weird that people see a billionaire right? A guy with a silver spoon in his mouth, right? A guy that's never had to work a day in his life. A guy that's like, you know, managed like several, you know, businesses, most of which have gone bankrupt, and only ever succeeded as a reality star. Not because of what he is, not because of his capabilities, not because of anything like that, but because of who he is. Because of the money that he fucking comes from.
For him, because I mean, Anthony was fired, what, after 10 days, you know, it sounds like a bitter ex-employee. Cenk has Trump derangement syndrome.
I mean, maybe so, I don't know. I don't know what Scaramucci's deal is, right? I would suspect that he's one of these old school Republicans, right? So the kind of agreement, the handshake between Republicans and the Democrats at the end of the 20th century going into the beginning of the 21st century was one of neoliberalism. That was the agreement. This is the end of history. Capitalism has triumphed over communism. And, you know, let's let, you know, free trade and global capitalism reign. That was the agreement, right? So I think that Scaramucci is one of these kind of Republicans. Now, Trump people are going to hate me for saying this. He's still a fucking neoliberal. But he mixes in just like some paleo shit of like, you know, he wants tariffs. He wants to abolish income taxes, which sounds great. Like I would love to not have to pay taxes or do my taxes, but replace that with unbelievable tariffs that would very likely wreck the world's economy, and that would definitely raise the price of it, raise the expense to an average. So in other words, paying for the goods and services with those tariffs that Trump would apply would actually cost you like $4,000 more a year than what you're paying in taxes. It's a way for them to lower taxes on the wealthy and raise taxes on workers, without explicitly saying that, because it's not a tax. Listen to Trump. If you ask it, he's like, it's not a tax. It's a tariff. I'm taxing China. I'm taxing China. I'm not taxing you. But yeah, what is the net result of that? Your expenses, your costs go up. Your costs go up. And he never fucking gets blamed for that, right? Why did we have global inflation? The answer is COVID. Right? The answer is that we've just gone through an unprecedented, like once in 100 years, public health crisis that strained supply chains and you know, needed to be remedied with things like the stimulus, right? The one good policy Trump has passed was giving Americans money while they could not work. But the consequences of those policies are inflation. You're going to have inflation. Now, I would argue that there's not much you could do, but I know that it's been made worse by having leadership at the top like Trump's. I know that whatever we just went through, it was made worse by having somebody that kept insisting, oh no, the pandemic will be over next month. Oh, it's just going to go away. It's going to go away. It'll go away by April. It'll be gone. You won't have to worry about it anymore. Saying that maybe you could cure it with bleach or by shining the sun up your ass or a million other ways that don't fucking work, right? When you have a jester as the president during a major fucking calamity, that makes the situation worse. And I don't want to give Trump another chance to fuck up another crisis, because you know that he will, right? He was like marginally okay. I mean, you know, things weren't great. He didn't get anything passed. He didn't even do stuff that he said he wanted to do. He didn't do infrastructure week. He didn't actually do the wall. But he did get, you know, tax cuts for the wealthy. And you know, it raised the deficit, but it didn't cause like a huge calamity. It was okay until it was surprisingly okay. You know, the economy was okay. The situation, well, I shouldn't say that, because in so many ways it wasn't okay. But what I mean, chat, is where the danger of Trump really shined was not so much on year 1, year 2, year 3. It was 2020. It was when the crisis actually hit. Like, having that guy in charge, you really saw the results of that. And I happen to think that things would not have been quite so bad. Although they, you know, like I said, unprecedented health crisis. They wouldn't have been quite so bad if we had had competent leadership, which we did not have. So yeah, there is a real cost for voting for that reality star, or that rock star, or anybody else who doesn't know what the fuck that they're doing, and is either going to be putty in the hands of their handlers, people that are manipulating them, or is going to just completely wreck things in an irrevocable kind of way.
Whether you like it or not, brother, they hate him. Understand, Cenk? Cenk, you know what people like you don't understand? Everybody is tired of that BS rhetoric. It's one man going against the...
You don't know the half of it, brother. You don't know the half of it, Vinny. Everybody is tired. But they're tired of Trump's bullshit. And like, 8 years of it is enough. All right. And I say that because, you know, yeah, he was president for 4 years, but he's been around. He's been keeping one half of the political system completely unhinged. And that's what people are tired of it. The fact that Cenk and Anthony had to talk about the canard of doctors executing babies. That's what they allow to do because of abortion. They are allowed to execute. They take the baby that's been born and they execute the baby. No, they don't. They don't fucking do that. They don't. That's not a thing. We're talking about it though. It's a campaign issue, but it's not a fucking thing. You know what else is not a thing? Hannibal Lecter. Hannibal Lecter is a character in a movie starring Anthony Hopkins. I almost said Anthony Fauci. That would have been funny. But yeah, no, I said Anthony Hopkins starred in that movie. Hannibal Lecter is not a real person, and yet, if you listen to Trump, he's coming into the country, folks. They're opening the prisons. They're opening the insane asylums. They're sending in Hannibal Lecter, lots of him. He'd love to have you for dinner. We're talking about fucking nonsensical bullshit instead of actual substance, right? That's what I'm sick of. That's what I'm tired of. That's the BS that I don't want to put up with anymore, right? A better discussion, a better discourse to have would be between the Democratic Party and something that actually stood up for workers, right? That's a discussion I want to see. I want to see the Democrat Party defend why they are so damn much like the Republicans.
Establishment for us. And you know what, Piers? It's crazy. You mentioned the president of the ex-president of the United States was shot in the head, okay? And then after a week, nobody was talking about it. The legacy...
You sound salty.
Mainstream media, 98% of it is Trump is this evil man. And there is a problem.
Yeah, Moonip says, I don't think he's even canonically dead. He's not.
Piers, because
he's not late.
People are brainwashed.
He's definitely not late to dinner.
Thinking it's all Trump. Because people like me and Emily know, we're thinking even this is bigger than Trump, okay? This is us against that establishment, Cenk, and it's never going to go away. And just
you don't know what the fucking establishment is. How can you fight it? You're fighting people that you should be siding with when you're using that anti-immigrant rhetoric. When you're blaming like whatever minority group that you can for the problems, when the real problems are coming from the system itself. You don't know what that system is, and you sure as fuck don't know how to fight it. And if you choose Donald Trump, you're beyond help.
Just to give you a little example, Piers, about how much these people have just hate and disgust for Trump. Last Monday, he was at...
The truth of the matter is neither side, Democrat nor Republican, will actually fight the system. They're both part of the system. That's a system by which you're exploited. That's the system by which you are a cog in the machine. And that machine makes money, and it's not for you. It makes money from your labor. It alienates you from your labor, so you're not able to see the contribution that you're actually making. You're not able to see the good that you're doing in the world, and you are not able to negotiate for proper payment. You are getting fucked over. And both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party would like you to continue to get fucked over because they are not for you. They are for the people that own the companies.
At Arlington National Cemetery, okay, he was invited by Gold Star families, families of soldiers who were murdered in Afghanistan in 2000.
Do you really want to bring up Trump and Gold Star families again? Somebody Google that.
They invited him. They wanted photos. Guess what the media said? He's taking it. This is a campaign ploy and all this BS. You know who else was invited? Joe Biden was invited. Kamala Harris was invited, and none of them showed up. Biden was on the beach trying to use his cell phone, and Kamala was in her freaking God knows how many $1 million mansion.
They're just complaining now, right? What he's complaining about now is Trump's latest debacle, his latest PR debacle, where he was seen taking a photograph over a grave of a soldier and giving the thumbs up sign. Let me see if I can find the reference. Grave. Here, this is a picture of Donald Trump. Donald Trump. This is Donald Trump at Arlington National Cemetery. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Barron. Sorry, I got them mixed up sometimes. No, but yeah, I mean, like that. This is the latest. This is the latest like Trump failure, and he's trying to complain about it. He's trying to like, no, that was actually a good thing. That was actually a good thing to use fallen troops as a campaign commercial. That's actually a good thing. That was a good thing that Trump was doing there. He did it because he cares about the troops so much. The same people that he called suckers and losers, he cares about them so much.
Okay, guys, stop. Like, Cenk, this whole Trump talk, we're done with it, okay? And if they didn't cheat,
buddy, we're done with you.
If they didn't cheat, I know we're gonna get into Zuckerberg.
Oh, we're gonna go back to the 2020. We're gonna relitigate the 2020 election. Are we gonna stop the steal, Vinny?
If they didn't cheat, you guys would be done with him in November. But that system, that same establishment, we're just tired of it. We're tired of that system. And you're right, Piers.
Their families thought it was good is all that mattered. Jake Snacks, do you even know which family you're talking about? Because the families of the people in the gravestones of Trump's fucking epic picture where he's thumbsing up, right? Those people didn't want to be part of that. He went to part of the cemetery he wasn't supposed to do. Right? That's Section 60. You're supposed to stay the fuck out of there, especially with a camera. And Trump didn't fucking listen. Instead, his goons like threatened the workers at Arlington Cemetery. No, there's people with gravestones in Trump's pictures that said specifically they did not want that. They did not want Donald Trump standing on the fucking corpses of their family members. I'm sorry, sir, you are mistaken. You are mistaken. I hate to Willy Wonka you, but you get nothing.
There's a problem because when 98% of the media is he's Hitler, he's this, he's evil.
You just accused Kamala Harris of being Hitler for saying joy. For saying joy in her campaign. Yeah, you know who else said joy in his campaign? Hitler. You can't do this. You fucked yourself up, Vinny. You fucked yourself up. And like I said before, if you're looking for somebody that has something similar to Hitler's policies, to Hitler's program in their campaign, it's not the candidate that's talking about hope and joy. It's the candidate that's talking about scapegoating people and blaming all of our problems on them and mass fucking deportations. That shit sounds a lot more like Hitler to me. But then again, I guess it's because I know history.
What else, Anthony? FBI.
Instead of this human beat.
He's gonna use the FBI as the Gestapo. Are you freaking nuts?
Oh my God, you are sounding like you are freaking nuts.
The FBI's been used as a Gestapo for the past 7 years against Donald Trump. okay? And if it
Okay.
can happen to him, I'm worried about the future of the Republican Party.
He's so fucking naive. He's so fucking naive. Yeah, the FBI has been used to silence dissent for, you know, against civil rights people, right? And
All right,
That's the real talk of the town.
see, here's the problem. It's not that he's wrong that the system's fucked up and that we should oppose the system, we should overthrow the system. This guy just doesn't know what the fuck the system is, or how to oppose it, or how to fight it. He's lacking material analysis, chat. So he's all in his feelings as a result. And as a result, he is cooked. He is actually doing work for the system that he says that he opposes.
Let me bring it up.
Don't be like this guy.
Anthony here. Anthony, if you were running the Democrat campaign right now, you've got a bit of momentum with Kamala Harris, although probably not as much as you might have.
A bit of momentum, yeah, I'd say so.
In the polling from the convention, which was a coronation, really. But if you,
it was really more of a coronation. It was much like my my home country, which has a monarchy.
Looking at the key attack lines against Trump, what would they be? Would they be J.D. Vance? Would they be abortion? You know, would you play the women side of
Sari says 240 former Trump staffers are involved in Project 2025. J.D. Vance wrote the foreword, but sure, Trump has nothing to do with. That's right. That's right. He has no idea where that came from.
this strongly?
He's like, I don't know about Project 25.
Where do you think he's most vulnerable if you're running a Kamala Harris campaign?
Well, I think he's most vulnerable actually on policy, and I think that's.
I would say Epstein. I would say that the connection between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein has not been talked about nearly enough.
It's going to be her Achilles heel.
And if there's anything that's going to change some Trumpies' minds out there, if there's anything that's going to make them think twice about voting for Trump, it's the fact that the shit that they've, you know, shouted about for years and years and years in terms of Pizzagate is something, the real life version of which Donald Trump seems to have been involved in.
He doesn't come out and starts speaking about what her policies are and comparing them to his, and she doesn't speak about the 5.7 billion people that are under autocracy right now and what America represents, not only to the people here in the United States and around the world. That's going to be her Achilles heel. But I just want to just briefly address what Vinny is saying. I don't hate Donald Trump. I was loyal to him. I got fired.
Yeah, for the record, chat, Donald Trump, like, it's hard to hate something that makes you money. And the sad fact of the matter is that Donald Trump is history's greatest lolcow. I call him Trumpster, all right? I call him Trumpster. And as far as, like, you know, for what I do, you know, having an absolute fucking clown to make fun of like Donald Trump is quite, you know, is quite helpful, right? So it's not really in my interest for him to disappear and right off into the sunset, but it is probably for all of our good that he do so, right? Despite the fact that he is great for content. He is great for content. He is pure content. He's pure, undiluted content.
No problem with the firing. I was loyal to him for.
I feel like my show would be a lot more boring if there was, you know, a more rational discourse between parties.
2 years after the firing, when he started.
But instead, we get to talk about the late great Hannibal Lecter
Attacking me personally for absolutely no reason, and then he went after my wife. I mean, Vinny's Italian. I don't know. Not allowed to go after my wife. I'm not Ted Cruz, and so I will work.
He's not Italian.
Work assiduously against him for the rest of my life. I think he's a disaster. But I got to tell you something.
One in chat if you thought Vinny was Italian.
2 years after my firing, I was loyal to the guy. You can go look at the tape. So I'm not a disgruntled employee. I see it for what it exactly is. I understand his.
Aw, Cindy Prim, that's really sweet of you. You'd still watch.
Systemic danger to the world. And I will sit here and advocate for anybody other than him. And if you guys put up Ron DeSantis, he'd probably be up 50 points.
Like, chat, I actually feel really weird about Donald Trump, right? See if we can find this. There's Rudy Giuliani farting.
Silence of the Lamb. You know what that is?
I gotta admit, right? This shit entertains the fuck out of me. Like, beyond even the fact that Donald Trump is, I guess, good for content, is what I was saying earlier. He's entertaining. And maybe that's why he stuck around for so long.
Has anybody seen Silence of the Lamb? Anybody see Silence of the Lamb? Silence of the Lamb. Silence of the Lambs. That's Hannibal Lecter. Did you ever hear of Hannibal Lecter? Hannibal Lecter. Did anybody ever hear of Hannibal Lecter? Hannibal Lecter. Anybody ever heard of the wonderful Hannibal Lecter? Hannibal. That's Hannibal Lecter. Anybody ever hear of that nice gentleman? Fine gentleman named Hannibal Lecter. Did anyone ever hear of the late great Hannibal Lecter?
The late great Hannibal Lecter. See, I find myself laughing at this shit, but it's actually not funny. When you realize that Hannibal Lecter is him, right? When he's talking about this danger, you know, coming from an asylum, like, he's talking about himself. He's talking about somebody that respects nobody's boundaries and looks at people like the way that Hannibal Lecter, you know, sees like food when he looks at people, right? This is how Donald Trump looks at the world.
Hannibal Lecter.
He's the apex predator, right? So in a way, as much as I'm like laughing at him, right, he laughs back at me, you know, 6 times as hard.
He's a wonderful man. Hannibal Lecter. Does anybody know the name? Please raise your hand. Young people didn't. The young ones.
Have you seen David Pakman promotion for the movie Apprentice? No, wait, what? David Pakman promotion? Wait, what is the movie Apprentice?
They don't want to hear about Hannibal.
Yeah, the little kids are like, I don't know what he's talking about.
Hannibal Lecter was.
My parents just brought me here. They gave me this sign.
An insane asylum is Silence of the Lambs. Insane asylums. I say that's Silence of the Lambs. In their mental institutions. An insane asylum.
See, like, there's a little piece of me that like resonates with this guy because, like, I mean, I'm impulsive too. But my impulses have always been tempered by like material reality. In other words, I wasn't born into money. I wasn't handed a giant inheritance and allowed to fail at multiple businesses and constantly bailed out by my parents, right? But I do have that impulsive thing that he's got where he's like, oh, you know, I should probably say Hannibal Lecter. Let me tell him about the late great Hannibal Lecter. Like, I don't know. I like make a lot of suspect jokes just to try them out and see if they're funny. And I end up just like annoying my friends half of the time. They're like, that's not really funny. That's not as funny as you think it is, right? So like, I understand the impulsiveness that he shows, but again, this is like somebody with that like lack of impulse control that's never had any sort of reason to have to control himself.
Is a mental institution on steroids. Silence of the Lamb. Has anyone ever seen a Silence of the Lamb? Silence of the Lamb. That's Hannibal Lecter.
Silence of the Lamb, singular.
You ever hear of Hannibal Lecter? The legend.
Is he on Univision talking about Hannibal Lecter?
Hannibal Lecter. Lamb the Sham, right? Lamb the Sham.
Lamb the Sham.
Insane asylums. That's where Silence of the Lamb happens to be.
Also, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
That's insane asylum. You know, an insane asylum, that's Silence of the Lamb type, okay? Insane asylums. That's Silence of the Lamb stuff. 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 That's big stuff. Silence of the Lamb stuff. That's serious stuff. Silence of the Lamb stuff, you know? It's Silence of the Lambs. Hannibal Lecter. Anybody?
Do you see what I mean? He is Hannibal Lecter. That's what you have to understand about this man. And it's funny to see him do this shit, but I feel like I shouldn't be laughing. I feel like it's too dangerous to be laughing because he's like 100% serious about this, right? This is a little peek into like the way that he looks at the world.
Ever hear of Hannibal Lecter?
He thinks he's smarter than everybody. He thinks he's better than everybody. And he thinks that everybody there is, you know, everybody in the world is just like there for his personal enrichment and amusement and manipulation. And look at this, look at this, look at all these people. Look at all these victims presenting themselves. Yeah, he'd like to have you for dinner. He'd like to have you for dinner. And he'd especially like to have you for dinner, right? This is
He was a nice fellow.
actually not funny.
But that's what's coming into our country right now.
Hannibal Lecter is coming in, lots of them.
Congratulations, the late, great Hannibal Lecter.
Hannibal Lecter. How good an actor was he? How good an actor was he? Did he play a good role, right? Hannibal Lecter. How great an actor was he? You know why I like him? Because he said on television, on one of the, I love Donald Trump, so I love him. I love him.
It makes sense. It makes sense. Just like Kim Jong, just like Putin.
Look, I don't care who you are.
Somebody says something good about you, you love them.
I love him.
You are him.
If you're watching television and somebody's on it, they say nice things about you, you tend to like them. Hannibal Lecter.
I mean, look, he relates to you. That's why he says nice things. No, in truth, Anthony Hopkins, the actor, never said anything nice about Donald Trump. People speculate that he might be mixing up Anthony Hopkins with Jon Voight. Jon Voight is a Trump supporter, but he doesn't play Hannibal Lecter. But yeah, they're two old guys that were in movies. I guess he just mixes them up.
Well, Tony, just really fast. 4 years of Trump.
Pissed off Anthony by saying that? Yeah, Anthony was like, what the fuck?
Beside personal stuff aside, put that all aside. I get it.
Donald Trump is the Oprah of Hannibal Lecters. You get a body, and you get a body.
I understand. 4 years.
You get a Chianti, and you get a Chianti.
Okay? And then this 4 years.
I like Hannibals better that cross the Alps.
Biden and the Democratic Party. I put all your feelings aside. And by the way, I'm Assyrian. I'm Middle Eastern, but I do look Italian. Thank you.
He's mixing them up. Yeah, this is so yeah, he's not Italian.
4 years of Trump, 4 years of this Democratic rule. Be honest with yourself and be honest with our viewers. Who would you vote for? You would want this past 4 years than Trump's 4 years? Are you kidding? Anthony, put all that personal stuff aside. Come on, man.
All right, Anthony,
Again, I don't know how they look back at Trump's 4 years and they just cut off 2020. 2020 was a shit show. And it was worse because of Donald Trump. It's like, you can say that like 2017 through 2019, Trump was kind of cruising along with Obama's economy. It was slowing down, but it was still, decent. And there weren't like these kind of major crises. But as the second a crisis hits, Donald Trump fucks it up. Donald Trump cannot handle it. Donald Trump is the wrong person for the job. It turns out that in a world where it feels like nothing ever happens, sometimes stuff does happen. And that was what I felt about COVID, right? Like, I remember hearing people talk about it and thinking, well, I've heard people talk about bird flu and swine flu and this and that. It's going to be really bad. And, how bad could it be? Oh my God, I had no idea. I had no fucking clue.
Lifelong Republican. I'm a center.
He's a funny entertainer at times, but definitely not a leader. True, GT. True.
Right Republican. He does not represent that. It's ironic because Cenk and I are on the same side of this thing. Okay, I'm a center right Republican. Love debating him when we're not.
The Apprentice movie is about Donald Trump. Sebastian Stan plays Trump. I need to see that maybe.
Not dealing with Donald Trump.
Wait, when's it coming out?
To his point, Donald Trump.
Yeah, Cindy Prem says he kind of scares me. I don't blame you.
He's a raving lunatic. He's an extremely dangerous person. You don't want him anywhere near the White House.
He's Hannibal Lecter.
You've only got two choices. I'm going with Kamala Harris. If you guys want to put up Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley in 2028, I'll return to my party and I'll do anything I can to help them.
You're gonna vote for Puddin' Ron?
I'm not helping this guy.
The problem with Ron is if you don't like Trump, you really shouldn't like Ron, because Ron DeSantis like modeled himself in the image of Donald Trump. In fact, that was his appeal. He was trying to be more Trumpy than Trump, right? He's Trump if he was a straight up like, COVID denialist.
Because I know how dangerous he is. I know how bad he is. And just to point out, because you guys were talking about North Korea and he has the right to go to North Korea, actually, we had a 60-year established policy to curb it. All he did was give the North Korean dictator propaganda reels to play inside and outside of his country for the last 5 or 6 years.
Okay.
So, Vin, I hear you. But I'm going to tell you something, Vin. I'm just looking at you, man. He's going after your wife on Twitter. I don't see you as Ted Cruz. And by the way, I'm not Ted Cruz. Okay, I'm an Italian kid from Long Island.
Wait. He's going after your wife on Twitter. Now, he went after Scaramucci's wife, right? Did he go after Vinny's wife? D. Satan is almost more legislatively effective. Yeah, he's a competent Trump. Well, except that he doesn't have charisma. The lucky thing about Ron DeSantis is the guy's got zero riz. He's got negative riz.
Don't go after my wife on Twitter after I gave you $1 million of cash and hundreds of hours of media advocacy. No way, no how.
Okay.
And I will be pounding him into the
election is not about
ground
you and
until
your wife.
November 6th.
It's just not.
Let me bring in Emily. Emily.
Okay, lovely.
Emily, let me tell you something.
No, the problem is
you
that,
make
again,
the
there's too
election
much
about what you
emotion.
want it to
There's
be. I'll
too-
make it about what I want it to be.
The election is not about happy.
Sasha G says, sorry, Ronnie, can't out-Trump the Trump. Yeah, you can't stump the Trump.
Joy. This is our security on the.
Oh my God, she thinks she's got such a good thing. She's like, I heard about this cartoon called Ren and Stimpy, where they say happy, joy, and then they praise Hitler. No, wait.
This is the future of the United States. Vinny posed a very simple question. This is a bizarre election. We've had 4 years.
I'm sorry, but you're the one with the bizarro candidate.
Of Donald Trump. It's not his first time. He doesn't need to tell us what he's going to do. We've already seen what he's capable of doing.
We
We've
lost
seen the
21 million
stability in our
jobs on his
country,
watch.
the stability in our economy.
Well, that was the
because Biden
pandemic.
did so well fixed.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was the pandemic. So there's a built-in excuse. Come on. This motherfucker thinks that 2017 to 2019, Trump is responsible for, even though that's Obama's economy. Even though he's still running, right? The economy is obviously a lagging indicator of any sort of effect from policy, right? So any effect from policy is an effect from Obama. So, but that's Trump's though. 2017, he goes in there day one. However the economy is, that's because of Trump. Wrong. Fucking bullshit. But 2020, a year where you could maybe make the argument, okay, well, he's 4 years into, like how long is like the effect from the previous president going to last, right? You could say, okay, 4 years, that seems like a long time to last. Let's give him credit for 2020. Oh, you don't want credit for 2020 because 2020 is a big fucking loser. Is a huge loss of jobs. And then the next 4 years are a giant gain of jobs.
That. This is not a joke. Everyone's treating this election like it's Hollywood.
Robo Joe, Benny Kelly, are you living in the past? Do you think Joe Biden is running for president?
They don't understand. We need closed borders. We need controlled spending. We need security. We need laws to become.
Benjamin Kelly, you're talking about the Third World War, which would most likely erupt around Israel and Iran. Do you know who caused that situation? Do you know who sent his son-in-law to negotiate with between Israel, not and Palestine, which would have been a good idea, but with Israel and other countries in the Middle East? In other words, they cut Palestine out of the negotiations, right? And then October 7th happened. I wonder if those two things are related. I wonder if it has anything to do with moving the embassy to Jerusalem. I wonder if that has anything to do with that. Jeez. It's almost like World War III is a conceivable reality, and it's something that's due to Donald Trump's mishandling of diplomacy. Like naming a family member. Can you imagine that? Being named president, and then you name your family member as the top diplomat for something as important as negotiations around Palestine, right? You go the Nepo baby route. You choose your son-in-law, your fail son-in-law.
Laws again, this lawlessness going around the country and the crime surge is being tolerated. What's happening on college campuses, what's happening internationally. You guys really sitting here telling me that Kamala Harris...
What's happening on college campuses? You mean free speech? Is that what you're against? Is that what you're threatened by?
Is going to be respected by international leaders has me laughing out loud. I'm not what you're saying I am, Cenk. I'm not obsessed with Donald Trump, and I do not hate Kamala Harris. I do not believe she's presidential. Somebody please tell me why I'm wrong. Somebody tell me what policies she will instate that will make this country a better place than where Trump had it before Biden was president. Someone answer that simple question. She's a great woman.
Then you tell me what policies you think that Trump did that produced this golden age, right? Because there's one policy and there's one policy only that he got passed, and that is tax cuts for millionaires. And the economy, compared to the Obama economy, cooled under Trump, did less well, right? Now, look, if you wanted to be a reasonable person and not try to bullshit me, I might be amenable to an argument like that economic cycles kind of happen on their own and that they're not always the you know, good job numbers, bad job numbers. It's not always due to the policies of a president. But that's already out the window. You've already thrown that away because you're a ridiculous person and you're not worth my time talking to. And like I said, right, I feel like the discussion, the argument that needs to be had is not like me and some Trump sycophant. It's not between Kamala Harris and Mitch McConnell or Mike Johnson, right? I think it's actually a conversation between Kamala Harris and a party that actually cares about American workers and that centers American workers in their policies. A party that's willing to question the imperialist foreign policy practiced by the United States. A party that's willing to look to the root causes of systemic issues like immigrations. Why would somebody want to leave their home? Right? Why would they want to leave their home? There's reasons. There's reasons. Nobody pulls up and fucking like leaves for no reason. And when the reason is because of United States policy, that's a problem that we never should have to deal with in the first place. That's a problem that we can fix through other means. But instead, you want to waste like billions of dollars on some wall? On some wall? You know about Trump's wall? It's falling down, folks. The wall that Trump put up is already breaking. So he just wasted money on fear of the immigrant. And I'm ready for that bullshit to stop. I'm ready to have a real conversation about our future.
I love you, Kamala Harris. Don't run for president.
Okay.
What are you going to answer now?
We're going to bring in a guest briefly and then come back to the panel.
This election, more than anything else, it's going to be about putting the past behind us. We've had 4 years of Trump, and we had 4 more of his just absolute death grip on the Republican Party. He looks like, Scaramucci kind of looks like the Joker. That's a Joker face, right?
In a moment. But first of all, Cenk, let me ask you. It's an interesting point about Kamala Harris. I know what Trump stands for. You know, his messaging, he's a very skilled marketer.
Do you, though? Do you actually know what he... Because you just bitched about Kamala, you know, being all vibes. And I feel like Trump is the vibes president du jour. Like, all of it is vibes. Like, hating immigrants, hating women, hating minorities. That's the vibe.
We know he's about build the wall, make America great.
Again, you know he's about build the wall, but so what did he do when he built the wall? He didn't build the fucking wall. He didn't finish a wall. And the wall that he did build is falling down.
All these other things. He rattles off his greatest hits at every rally. I'm really not sure what...
But do you like that shit? Do you believe in that shit? Do you think that there's something of substance there? Or do you think he's just running off of hateful vibes? As much as you say that Kamala is running off of vibes, at least those vibes are positive. Everything about Trump's vibes are off. And this country's been off ever since he took office.
Kamala Harris stands for. And after the interview with CNN, and it's no fault of Dana Bash, who I used to work with, I've got great respect for her as a journalist. It's not her fault, but Kamala Harris didn't lay out any plan for the country. And if I was a Democrat, I'd be really worried about what's going to happen at the debate if it gets into...
To me, Kamala is maybe we can have some reform. I mean, yeah, it's not great, but it's better. It's definitely better than Trump.
The meat and drink of policy.
I literally don't understand you guys. So Kamala Harris is the most normal politician of my lifetime. Like, and you guys keep saying, like, look at her, she's so weak, she's so this, she's so.
What does she stand for,
any
Cenk?
of that.
What does she stand for?
What does she stand for?
Yeah,
and
They
you guys
can't
talking about,
answer the question.
Can I answer the question?
Yeah.
You can't answer the question. Yeah, not with you talking over me.
Give me three things she stands for.
So, yes.
She's saying,
so
we got
she's
it, she's
announced
saying.
them. Okay.
You're interrupting again.
So, number one, she talked about housing, which is a huge issue in this country. If you block the private equity guys from buying our homes, that would be a massive gain for the American people. What's Donald Trump's housing policy? He says, oh, drill, baby, drill. That has nothing to do with housing. He's such a moron. Okay, then you talk about the prices were out of control. She says, hey, we should have a check on that. That is your grocery store, your gas, etc. Things that matter in your life. She at least has a policy. What's Trump's policy? I'm going to give corporations another tax cut. Well, listen, you were in office for 4 years, to Vinny's point. And what did you do? You didn't even build a wall. You built like 30 feet of wall. He remembered it at the last second. The main thing he did was he took corporate tax rates from 35% to 21%. He gave trillions of dollars to his corporate donors. The problem with the establishment is that they work for those donors. Well, how about Trump? He says, Sheldon Adelson, Miriam Adelson, I'll just give you U.S. foreign policy on Israel, and you said it, and he brags about it. He says, oil companies, I'll let you set oil policy. He is so both systematically, systemically, and personally corrupt. He's the worst of all worlds, and Kamala Harris has these policy positions you guys never talk about while you pretend that Trump has policy. Trump's only policy is another corporate tax cut, down to 15%, so they can keep robbing us.
Cenk, why can't she sit down one-on-one and have a conversation without another human being next to her to help her out and make her feel comfortable? She doesn't have any policies, Cenk. This is the establishment that you were talking about. They want to keep us like this. Because, Cenk, the average American that doesn't know about politics, that doesn't listen to panels like this, what they're feeling, their gut, their paycheck, their security, the border, all that, they're feeling it, Cenk. They don't give a damn who's in charge. They just know that this past 4 years has been a complete shit show, Cenk. And you're educated. For you to say Kamala Harris has Cenk, either somebody's paying you, because you're smart, Cenk.
No,
I really,
Vinny,
I say it again.
Vinny,
I respect
listen,
the hell
can I
out of you.
just answer that?
Somebody has to be paying people because you don't have no policies on her. Nothing that she's saying is valid or it's going to happen, Cenk.
You know
They've
what?
had 4 years to do it.
Just to jump in, I actually do think that, as Bill Clinton, I think it was, rightly said, these things usually come down to the economy, these elections. I do think the economy is going to be a massive factor. I think when that debate happens on the 10th, Americans will tune in.
God, this is Cope.
It'll break all records.
This is Cope. Look, could the debate change the momentum? Sure. But, like, what he's hoping for is just not going to happen. Like, it's as delusional as Rachel Maddow thinking that Robert Mueller is going to come up with some way to, like, get Trump out of office and, like, roll back all of his actions, right? It's just that's not reality.
And they'll look at those two candidates and they will ask themselves why. I actually do think that, as Bill Clinton, I think it was,
on her. Nothing that she's saying is valid or it's going to happen, Cenk.
You know
They've
what?
had 4 years to do it.
Just to jump in, I actually do think that, as Bill Clinton, I think it was, rightly said, these things usually come down to the economy.
Here we go, chat.
I do think the economy is going to be a massive factor. I think when that debate happens on the 10th, Americans will tune in huge numbers. I reckon it'll break all records. And they'll look at those two candidates and they will ask themselves,
again, if what you were saying is true, then you wouldn't see Biden's numbers are going up, right? Not just Kamala's. I mean, her numbers are going up too, like as far as approval. But you're seeing Biden's numbers go up, like, right? People are not in the same place as they were when you went on vacation. You're bitching about Joe Biden going on vacation. Piers, you missed a lot, and you didn't seem to catch up. You were still on that cope trail of hoping that you can get back to that, pre-Biden dropping out time. But this is a different race now. This is a different campaign. And things are different, and you have not adapted. Let me show you this. I was talking about this before. This is Trump's wall, right? He was president 4 years ago. This is how he built the wall. Like the other things that I saw was people like climbing over it, and I mean, it's just it's a silly thing. It's like a silly thing to begin with, right? And no, before anybody asks, this is not Biden came by and knocked it down or something like that, right? Biden, I guess Trump had appropriated more money to build more wall, and Biden stopped it, but Biden didn't build it. But like, right, this is what he built. It's like everything in his life, it's cheap and it falls apart. Everything this man has ever touched in his life falls apart. And for this, I don't think there's anything of value is lost. Like I said, immigration policy is a lot more complicated than trying to hermetically seal your borders. That's not effective. That's not efficient. And that's ignoring the root causes of why do people immigrate in the first place, right? If the United States wasn't fucking up other countries in the Western Hemisphere, you wouldn't have people that need to leave their fucking homes to try to work in an undocumented situation, a really precarious situation in a racist ass country, and try to send some money home to their family.
Was one question. The majority of Americans who are feeling the pinch. Which one is going to be better for my economy, my personal family economy? And I think as things stand...
You have to be deluded to think that Trump is going to be better. You have to think that Trump is a really successful businessman, that being a successful businessman, being a rich person, translates to being able to make a country rich, and that the money that is going to go to you then, right? There's a lot of delusional steps in that, like, rotten logic path that you're describing.
Unless she can turn that around, Cenk, I say this very respectfully to your position on this, I think that more people at the moment will associate Trump with the economy potentially growing better under him and her. I might be wrong, but I suspect that's what that debate will unravel.
And that's why the Democrats need to differentiate themselves more from the Republican Party. They need to make the choice clear. They need to heighten the contradictions.
I've got to leave it there. Thank you to my panel. You've all been terrific. I'm joined in the studio now by the polling stats guru and author of the new book, On the Edge, The Art of Taking
Anyone want to predict who this is?
Risking everything, I'm sorry. Nate Silver, great to see you.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. I spoiled it. I was going to have people guess. Yeah, this is disgraced pollster Nate Silver. Used to be part of 538. Why does he look like a tech bro? Is it just me? Is it what he's wearing? I don't know, Chad. I don't know how much longer we should keep going. We are at, let's check and see. Let's take a look really quick. So on the poll, it looks like 42% of you want to see Brianna Wu turns on Chud Logic. 24% of you want to see Demon Mama responds to Westside Tyler. 18% of you want to see Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman, the YouTube algorithm as it is today. 15% of you are choosing violence. And let's see, how does that change with the donos? You know, for some reason, all I have is the 6% under chat chooses violence. Again, if there's anybody out there that's donated and I haven't placed your money where your mouth is, let me know and I'll fix that. But it looks like, yeah, Brianna Wu would be winning. It might not matter though. We're at 43% of the dono goal, so it looks like we might miss this one as well. I don't know. Do we want to watch more of the Nate Silver stuff? Hopefully Trump will take his ball and fly to Russia. Well, he said it was going to be Venezuela. He's been talking about Venezuela lately. The way that he talks about Venezuela is as if they are exporting all of their crime and their mental health issues to the United States. And so, like, actually things are really nice in Venezuela right now. So he's been joking. I don't know if he's joking or if he's serious. He's been talking about moving to Venezuela. Chat, I don't know. If he went to Venezuela, I doubt the Secret Service could ensure his safety, right? I feel like he would be a hated man. This is the guy that put sanctions on Venezuela, and he's talking about moving there. I don't know how serious he is about that. I feel like Russia would be a better bet for him. He could move in with Tucker. Do Trump supporters really think he's going to do well in the debate? I mean, they're counting on it. Iraq says classic economists think that the boom bust cycle is healthy, but that's capitalism, right? That's inherent to capitalism. That is part of capitalism. And the thing about the boom and bust, right, is it's bad for you if you are a worker. It's bad for you if you don't have very, very much money, or even if you are a company that's not doing that well, right? But if you are a well-capitaled company, boom and bust doesn't fucking hurt you. So for the people for whom capitalism works best, the boom and bust cycle is not a bug, it's a feature. It's fine. And it gives them a chance to buy up their competition.
Absolutely, man. It's been a while.
I don't even know. Have we ever met in person? I've interviewed you many times.
CNN back in the day, 10, 12 years ago.
Yeah, chat, we're kind of running out of time as far as the dono goal goes. I will say, though, we're only 57% from getting there. So if anybody... right now, it looks like Fallout New Vegas would actually be pretty hard to beat. Like I said, Brianna Wu's winning in terms of the poll, but that Fallout number has gotten so high at this point that probably the next time that we hit the dono goal, it's going to be Fallout. And then what'll happen after that is 100 points will fall away from Fallout. So it'll go back to 45. And that's how it'll work, is when the dono goal gets hit, roll at the highest is going to win. And Fallout's at a disadvantage because you can't vote for it. But when it gets this, the difference is Fallout accumulates points. And it's accumulated a lot of points at this point. So yeah, I would love to play some more Fallout, but it may or may not happen tonight. That is all up to you, Chad, if you want to see some action in New Vegas.
Oh, yeah, I remember that stuff.
Yeah. I remember interviewing a lot. You were normally so busy you couldn't come in. You've written this great book, The Art of Risking Everything, On the Edge. And I'll come to that in a moment. But first of all, you're the founder of 5830, one of the great polling companies in the world, particularly for American politics.
What did he say? I think he said 5831. He means 538.
Where are we now with this election, do you think?
If you had the election today, then Harris would have a slight edge. But A, the election's not today, and B, we have to remember the Electoral College. She is up right.
It sounds like you're coping.
Now by 3.5.
See, the thing is, I feel like he made some weird prediction way back where he was like, basically Trump's going to win. And, I mean, like, he knows that things change. But yeah, he's saying that if the election were today, Kamala would win, but he thinks it'll be different.
Points or so in national polls. There's been about a 2.5 point gap, though, 3-point gap between the popular vote and the Electoral College. So she'd probably have to win by 3.5.
Ooh. So he's still on this logic that he's still on 2016 logic. I don't know if this is necessarily true anymore, right? There's an assumption that he's making that was maybe true in 2016, that the Democrats need to win not just by like a majority, but that they need to that essentially like Democrats only win the Electoral College if they get like 3 more points in the popular vote. The thing about it is it's kind of random. It's kind of, there's RNG there, right? So can you lose the Electoral College and win the popular vote? Absolutely. You can do that. But what he's making as an assumption of is that essentially he's like saying that the Electoral College like gives the Republicans like a buff. And maybe that was true in 2016. I'm not sure. In fact, I know that he doesn't have like the information to say it's true now.
Have to be safe in the Electoral College. Secondly,
it could also go the other way.
He may be on a little bit of a sugar high after the convention, after the VP picks.
See, so now we already established that she's not getting much of a bump from the convention. And indeed, in the past few conventions, the bump that like traditionally happens has been a lot less than it has in the past. Trump didn't get much of a bump either, right? The convention bump is kind of overrated at this point, but he thinks that she's what, getting, she's riding high on a sugar rush from the
everything else. So our model has the November outcome basically 50-50, despite the fact that she's ahead by a small amount today.
Is it always around 50-50 now in America? In other words, is it going to come down, as always, to 40, 50, 60,000 votes?
We are so polarized, we're not going to have elections like you have in the UK, where you have big swings between Labour and Tories. If 90% of people are locked in already. I mean, we saw when Biden was 82 years old, trying to run for president until he was 86, and like plainly unable to execute, he still was only 4 points behind Trump.
Right.
And look, if you had a Nikki Haley, it might be a wider margin still. But the party label is all that matters for the large majority of American voters.
Trump, it's believed at the moment, has the edge with men, American men. Yeah. Is that enough to get him over the edge? He also had rising support with Latinos and Black Americans.
What a weird thing to say. What a weird thing to say, right? Is that enough to get him over the edge? It's 50% of the population, but it's also 50% of the population. And that like doing well with men is in contrast with doing really badly with women.
Kamala Harris, as a Black woman nominee, has paid back a little bit of that, it seems. What's the reality there? I mean,
the electorate is 51% women, 49% men. Women are more reliable about most things, including voting. It was funny that...
So at least Nate Silver's not coping on this. He's got the men. He's got the men.
In her convention speech, not funny, but interesting, it was targeted at male voters, right? She had a line about AI, which is a very male-coded thing. She talked about like military strength and competition with China, which I thought was smart. I mean, a lot of Democrats try to play to their base, but their base is actually not as large as it used to be. You see, for example, younger voters of color are now maybe more agnostic or neutral about who they might want to vote for. Hispanic voters have gone back to being more 50-50. And so, yeah, I think she was smart to go after men who are obviously a GOP-leaning group in this dynamic.
Kamala Harris was pretty unpopular before all this last 2 months of extraordinary developments. Has she got genuinely more popular, or is it that the Democrats have seized a bit of momentum from it not being the old guy?
Enthusiasm can go a long way and kind of fake it till you make it, but she's also gotten a lot of reps in, spending 4 years touring the world. I mean,
she got reps in?
Remember, all the natural politicians. Bill Clinton, natural politician. Well, not really. His first DNC speech in 1988 was a laugher, a disaster. Barack Obama got decimated in his first election, his first congressional election in 2000 on the south side of Chicago. So you can get better. I feel like the Biden people also were holding her back. I mean, they were very aware that if you have this talented understudy when you're 82 years old and she were allowed to kind of be herself, I mean, the obvious thing would be to hand over the baton without all this drama that actually unfolded. And so, free of the Biden burden, free of, I think also in 2020 when she ran, this was kind of peak, if you will, like wokeness in American society, where there's...
What subtle sexism? Men are more reliable on voting?
Very little about race and gender.
Well, no, Nate Silver said that women are more... Yeah, Nate Silver's a snake. I feel like he's probably getting paid. Oh, speaking of getting paid, chat, we've got some... we've got some stuff to talk about with Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, and other right-wing content creators not realizing that one of their sources of income was actually Russian disinformation. Man strikes me as the kind of guy who goes to 4chan and says things were better before women could vote. I don't know.
That convention speech. He did not use the word black even once.
I mean, Nate Silver's, like, from what I can tell, just kind of... I actually don't know that much about him, but yeah, he's not a great guy.
She used the word woman only once, because she knows that Americans actually selling yourself as race blind. Of course, it's implicit in the presentation. It would be historic first, but I think she's been smarter about that.
I agree with that. Unlike Hillary Clinton, who
put it very much
endlessly about the glass ceiling and everything else.
Yeah, she had Chelsea Clinton introduce her. I think she way overestimated how much love America had for the Clinton dynasty. That was more a negative than a positive, and she treated it like a coronation.
What are Kamala Harris's big potential pitfalls, do you think?
Well, you mentioned the economy.
I think that's going to be more important than people realise.
Yeah.
Simply because so many Americans, I mean, Anthony touched on the job losses under Trump. It was obviously...
See, the thing is, if you were right, then Trump would have been able to change the subject back to that by now, and he'd be arresting her her momentum. You'd see a stop to that momentum, and you don't. Right? I feel like the economy thing was a canard in the first place, right? It's not actually true. Biden does have a better economic record than Trump, but people aren't feeling great about their situation in the economy because of prices, because of things like this, and because of rents, because of the advantage that capital is kind of taken of the situation of the crisis, and it's at the expense of who? At the expense of working people. And that was all getting attributed to some kind of mismanagement by Biden, and therefore the argument being made, well, let's get back to Trump, right? Well, now that we know that power is going to change hands, there's not so much of an imperative to vote for the other candidate, because you've got you've got somebody that's actually offering a plan. Now, like, I would like to have more specifics about her price gouging plan, but it's better than what Trump's got. Trump's got nothing. Trump's got no real way to deal with costs. And he doesn't want to deal with costs because those people, like he said, chat, these are the people that are...
Because you're all people that have a lot of money. I know.
They've got a lot of money.
20 of you, and you're rich as hell. We're going to give you...
This is his real constituency. This is the Republican constituency.
Tax cuts. We're going to pay...
Always has been, always will be.
We're going to do all of the things that we have. Because you're all people that have a lot of money. I know 20 of you, and you're...
Anyway, chat, we were coming... Oh my God.
We're going to pay off our debt.
Wars erupt. All of that put together has put a real...
We're coming up to the natural end of our stream pretty soon here, so it looks like I may be saying goodbye. Again, there's still a chance to hit that sub goal, but it is we are 57 points behind, so maybe no fallout for tonight. Maybe no fallout ever. I don't know, chat. But this is the time. The clock is ticking, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
On many American family
I don't know how that word took root in the English language. Canard is just the French word for duck. Yeah, that is kind of weird.
For sure. And look, the jobs market is good. It's a mixed picture. The stock market has been good. But take-home pay has not been particularly good. Inflation has abated, but people still remember things are a lot more expensive than they were, 4 years ago. Ironically, being distanced from Biden, people give her less responsibility, and she'll say, oh, we have to turn around the problems of the past 10 years. Like, okay, who was president?
That's what I'm saying, is that I don't think that Trump was, really perceived as having like a good record on the economy. I mean, Republicans generically are attributed to somehow being better for the economy. Americans still fucking somehow believe in trickle-down economics, despite the fact that the only trickle-down Americans have gotten is the rich pissing on them. But the biggest bump that he was getting was just not being Biden.
For the last 4 years of those 10, but like so far that message has worked a little bit. The border is a problem. Americans are concerned about immigration. Biden could still be a problem if he has some senior incident, for example. Yeah. The media, since the horse race part of it's been resolved, has not covered his age as much. But like, if there's some crisis that unfolds
again, like I said, his numbers, his favorability is like way up. So funny enough, like him dropping out has been the biggest positive factor for his favorability.
Again in the Middle East or on the stock market or anything else, then he'll be back in the spotlight, and that might be a risk for her.
Well, this is why I'm surprised that the Democrats haven't actually tried to maneuver it so that he stands aside and Kamala Harris is the president, because it would be helpful to her to be the incumbent president, I think. But secondly, if there is a major crisis that erupts, something really substantial, and Joe Biden simply cannot cope with it, it's all going to fall negatively on her.
Well, and let's talk about governance and not elections for a second, right? There's a new book out on nuclear.
Apparently it comes from a phrase in 16th century French, to half sell ducks, to describe somebody cheating or fooling someone else. Wait, does that mean that you sell the duck to two people?
Command and control.
Yeah, something is trickling down.
If you get the 3 a.m. phone call from North Korea, the president of the United States has 6 minutes de facto to decide whether to launch back, which will determine the fate of the free world, in fact, the entire world, pretty much. If Joe Biden only has 6 hours of uptime a day, it's like not like North Korea is going to politely only launch a nuclear weapon or a false alarm. That's the
okay.
It could easily be a false alarm. There have been
To hear this from a pollster, to hear this from anybody who's serious about politics is fucking ridiculous. Right? The idea being that, like, I don't know, if the president takes too long getting out of bed, we're going to get nuked to oblivion. That's fucking not true. That's such a load of shit. Like, I mean, this is puerile. This is absolutely puerile.
False alarms in that 6 hour span. And so yeah, I don't know why I thought he had an effective 2 years, got a lot done in the first 2 years with Democratic Congress. I don't know why he wouldn't step aside. I think they're afraid to admit defeat or admit failure.
It is strange that he's there on the beach as president of the United States and she's de facto.
It's not strange that a president of the United States is doing a vacation. They always fucking do this. Obama did it. Trump did it. Biden's doing it. What are you talking about, Piers? You're just looking for something. He's just He's reaching.
Underestimated by the media in 2020. And once you have that and you have that chip on your shoulder that I beat expectations, then it's very hard to get you to ever lose that ego boom that you
How, I mean, obviously the Trump win in 2016, I'll be quite smug for a moment because I was writing and saying on air, I think Trump's going to win. When nobody thought that was going to happen, your polling didn't suggest it was going to happen.
Well, I'm a modeler, so our model had Trump at 30%, which is way above the betting odds, right? So I'm a gambler at heart. Right. And if you can get Trump at 6-1, which was the market price, and our odds say 3-1, then I'm a gambler. I'd bet on Trump, and you would have made a lot of money that way. But for sure, lots of people did not see it coming, and you had to kind of like detach yourself from the narrative to even give it a possibility of a chance.
How accurate is your polling these days, do you think?
So the polling in general, and what we do is aggregate other people's polls.
Yeah.
We don't have to do polls ourselves, thankfully.
Yeah.
The polls were.
But yours carry great weight and influence. People think they're extremely credible. Obviously, a lot of attention.
Well, this is why the problem. If Kamala Harris, let's say she's up, Pennsylvania's probably a key state, right? Let's say she's up by 2 points in every poll of Pennsylvania on Election Day on November 5th. That's probably only a 60-40 chance of winning, right? So our job is to set realistic odds based on what the polls say. It's not like a football match. If it's 2-1 Arsenal at the end of full time, right, Arsenal has won. It's like they have an audit period afterward, like, oh, actually that goal that we thought they scored didn't actually count, and the refereeing was biased, and we missed this other goal that, Liverpool scored, whatever else. And so
I think it's a good analogy. I mean, I'm an Arsenal fan, and if the odds, you could ask me what are the odds on us beating whoever it is, Tottenham next week away, and I'd say pretty damn good, but doesn't mean to say they're going to. And yet I would have factored in everything I know about my team, and it would make perfect sense what I'd say.
Well, and remember, there are things that are kind of quasi-random events in politics. I mean, Trump, thank goodness for the direction the United States would have taken, chose to look aside at like a billboard of immigration data when a shot whizzed and hit his ear.
What would have happened if it had killed him?
I don't know. I mean, it's a cliche to say civil war, but violence, I don't think we'd actually have a civil war, but violence tends to beget violence. I mean, that would have been.
But Nate, it wasn't. It was a Republican. It was a weird Republican kid. It was a weird Republican debate lord that shot him, right? Violence begets violence. Then against who? Are the MAGAs going to go after the gripers? Like, what the fuck? Like, what are you actually saying? But then again, there was an assumption from MAGA that they had done it, right? Whoever the fuck they are. Anyway, chat. That's about it for me. I think we've exhausted this content, and I've exhausted myself, and don't really have that much to show for it. So I'm gonna try to get to sleep early tonight, and maybe come back and stream hopefully on time tomorrow. Because yeah, I've been late, and Twitch lets me know when I'm late, so I'm gonna try to be on time. I'll see you again tomorrow. We've got some killer content tomorrow. Let's see what we got. Yeah, so I'm looking into this study, story about Tim Pool and Vinny Johnson essentially being in bed with Russian assets. I'll let you know more about that tomorrow. We've also got a story about, God, I don't even know how to explain it. It's just kind of MAGA Republicans gone wild. They want to they want to have a group to demonize. They've chosen immigrants as that group. And so they've basically believed this absolute canard about a Venezuelan gang called Tren de Aragua taking over a apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado. And just like, there's like, well, anyway, you'll see how it ends up, but it's not what they think it is. And yeah, so hopefully we can hit the sub goal tomorrow and get back to Fallout New Vegas. And keep the stream going, because that is at the end of the day what the stakes are long term from that sort of stuff. But again, chat, my fault for starting streaming too late in the day. I will try to start early tomorrow. Until then, much love, and take care of yourself and each other.